Okay, good morning and welcome to the October 31st, 2019 special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to allow the cities to also call their meetings to order. City of Clear Lake, Mayor Kramer.
Clear Lake City Council emergency meeting shall come to order at whatever time it is, 10 a.m.
Okay, more feedback.
Emergency meeting of the City of Lakeport come to order at approximately 10:01 a.m.
Okay. We will all now stand for a moment of silence. Allison, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Carol, where is the preaching?
Okay, we're going to start with our item 4.1. This is directed to the Board of Supervisors with their proclamation.
Madam
The
Chair,
report.
just one
Yes.
moment. We're expecting a representative from PG&E, John Costa. Is John Costa here? Yes. John, we have a seat for you right up front here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The weather's hot. That's pretty funny.
4.1A, report from Lake County Sheriff, Coroner, Director of Emergency Services, Brian Martin, on the Kincaid fire incident and the public safety power shutdown impacts. And B, consideration of proclamation confirming existence of a local emergency due to the Kincaid fire incident and the PG&E PSPS events. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this board is aware, and most of our public is aware, we suffered through 4 public safety power shutoffs during the last 30 days. The first one coming on October 9th, another one that impacted the South County on October 23rd. On the same day that the public safety power shutoff, the Kincaid fire started on October 23rd in Sonoma County. And that fire threatened Lake County, provoking evacuation warnings for the Cobb Mountain area on the 25th at about 8 p.m. The next day, on the 26th, public safety power shutoff started at approximately 5:30 p.m. amongst some confusion on the timings. All of this is occurring while evacuations were in progress for many communities in Sonoma County. On October 27th, the Burris fire started in Mendocino County to our west, prompting concerns and a closure of Highway 20 leading into Lake County from Mendocino County. The Kincaid fire continued to burn into Monday, with evacuation warnings being expanded to encompass the communities of Middletown, and another public safety power shutoff impacting Lake County on October 29th, with only 7% of customers being restored in Lake County from the previous event. On October 29th, I issued a proclamation due to the impacts of these combined events, a proclamation for local state of emergency. I think one by one, any of these events, other than the fire, may not actually rise to the level of emergency, but the combined effects of the multiple power shutoffs, the consecutive fires, the evacuations resulted in conditions that I felt merited a proclamation of a disaster. Some of those conditions included dropping temperatures down into freezing levels at night, reports of residents that are medically fragile, young, and elderly running out of medical supplies, schools being kept out, businesses being forced to close, large amounts of food spoilage both in private residences as well as businesses, time spent by emergency personnel tending to evacuations and public safety power shutoff related issues rather than day-to-day operations. The proclamation and declaration resulted in the staffing of the Emergency Operations Center and so the impacts of this financially to our community, both on the government side and the private sector, I think are going to be immeasurable when this is all said and done. After receiving tons of feedback from our governmental partners, from our citizens that were affected by this, I felt that it was a proper decision to make an emergency proclamation, and the item before the board is to discuss that and consider ratification. I'm sure there'll be plenty of comment, as we have a packed house here, so I will forego any further comments.
Okay. For the Board of Supervisors, just so the city understands how we conduct our meetings, so I'm aware of who needs to be asking a question, we usually have highlighters out. So if I could get these council members to open up your drawers and see if we can find some more highlighters so we can conduct this meeting a little bit more organized. So we can make sure everybody has a highlighter. If they're the big ones that stand up, and if you don't have one that stands up, if you could hold it up, so I can be aware of who needs to speak. So there's others who need to. All right, so if I haven't, do I have any questions from any Board of Supervisors on this proclamation before we move on? Seeing none, then I will ask for public comment on this item, only this item that we're working on, considering a proclamation for the emergency. So seeing no movement from the community, I will bring it back then. I need a motion and a second from just the Board of Supervisors.
Madam Chair, I move to approve a proclamation confirming existence of a local emergency due to the Kincaid fire incident and the PG&E PSPS events.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will move on to our 4.2 item, discussion and consideration of issues and impacts resulting from the PG&E imposed public safety power shutdown, PSPS events. And I was asked for Dr. Pace to come up. If you could come up to the mic and give us some information.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Gary Pace, Public Health Officer of Lake County, and I wanted to basically just give a brief report on what we were seeing from the healthcare infrastructure point of view in the county. The first thing is just kind of walking through our department had been in a lot of contact with the various healthcare partners around the county, and also was trying to work with communicating out. The two hospitals were able to function well on generators with basically working at pretty much normal capacity. The 3 nursing homes were also working on generators, and so they were able to keep functional, so there were no needs for evacuations on either of those. Almost all the outpatient clinics were closed during the 4 days except for the VA clinic, so there was a lot of issues around dealing with outpatient medical care, kind of more urgent, non-emergency room medical care. So, and that's, I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion in the future, how that we can, these things continue in the future, and when they extend for longer periods, how we're going to be able to help people get their needs met on a way out there. Pharmacies, in the first event, a couple weeks ago, early in October, there were very few pharmacies open, only a few of the smaller, locally owned pharmacies stayed open. This event, there were about a few more of the larger chain pharmacies that stayed open, but still several of them were closed. So that can be an issue for people in terms of getting their medications filled. The biggest issue we saw was with the medical baseline, with what we're calling the medically fragile folks that are power dependent for their getting their medical devices running on power, especially oxygen. Oxygen was running low in the county. The companies were working overtime to try to keep oxygen tanks filled and going and getting extra supplies and from further and further away. But by the end of this, as the days wore on, it became more and more concerning what their ability to get some of these things taken care of. And the other part is the nighttime machines, CPAP machine, BiPAP machine, some of these other sort of life-sustaining machinery that needs to have electricity continuously to run. People were able to leave the area, get a generator to work with it, or they were starting to get more and more, we were starting to get more and more concerned about these folks. So yesterday we were starting to move towards recommending setting up some medical respite shelters for folks that were going to be 24 hours, one in Clear Lake, one in Lakeport. And so we were kind of moving along when PG&E decided to, or were able to go ahead and turn the power back on, so we backed off. But one of the things we're recognizing is that in the future, this is probably going to be a need, and we would like to just start moving forward with that at probably day 2, just start trying to set up these respite shelters so that people can get what they need, because that was probably our biggest concern over the time there. So I think that's probably all to report right now, but
Okay, if you could stay, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Pace from the board, council members? No, Mike?
Just on the oxygen, you're working with APRI and other companies like that to try to get oxygen.
Right. We have been in contact with all three of the companies, Apria, Lincare, and Mendo Lake. And Apria seemed to be able to access it, I think, because they have a much broader network. The other two were really constantly working overtime to try to get supplies and get them out there. And it was a little touch and go, but we were able to make it through these 4 days. As it extends longer and longer, it becomes harder and harder, though.
Okay, so you're looking at the respite center, like, I think, down at our end, you're going to open it at Lower Lake High School? Is that what you're talking about?
Right, so we were working with Department of Social Services around, and the Red Cross really about setting up these sort of, I mean, we're calling them medical respite centers because it's not really a shelter for everybody to come in, it's really for the medically fragile folks. And the one at your end of the lake was, that we were working with was the Lower Lake High School, right?
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stoll?
Quick question, how many people do you think were affected by that?
Well, that's a good question. So we've tried to get data from a bunch of different directions. One of the ways is PG&E does this list where you've probably heard them talking about the medical baseline customers. These are people that sign up through PG&E that get some special rates for electricity because they're dependent on electricity. In this county, there's about 2,000 people that fall in that category. That's, that can be electric wheelchairs, that can be oxygen, that can be CPAP machines, and not everybody signs up. So we've looked at it a couple different ways through the durable medical equipment companies. It's probably in the 500 to a couple thousand range that are the people that are particularly dependent and get stressed and anxious around this. And then there's the people, some people can leave the area and go to family, some people can set up generators, but how many are in that very vulnerable group, we're not exactly sure. We were anticipating setting up for probably 200 to 300 people at these shelters. So there was the shelter up in the north end of the lake was going to be at the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which we could hold maybe 50 people there, and then Lower Lake High School where we could have a couple hundred.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So, two questions. One, it being in Lower Lake, and I know you were looking at two different options, obviously one on the other side of the lake. Transportation is always an issue. Was there a conversation maybe with LTA to try to get people to those locations in case that not only are they medically fragile, but they're also immobile and cannot drive themselves to places? Right.
So that's a great question. That was one of the big considerations was transportation. So we were starting to reach out to the transit authority, and then things turned around. We were also talking with the fire chiefs around, with Chief Cepeda and some of the other folks about how to, because some of these people are going to be sort of medical transport as opposed to just, transport. Partnership Health Plan has a way, so the medical coverage they have a program that can help some, so we were going to have to be piecing it together like that. But right, we were definitely aware that transportation was going to be a big issue. That's part of why we wanted to get it in as much in town as we could too, so that it's more accessible.
Right. And my second question is, I'm always worried that those that not truly medically fragile, but the ones that are medically fragile and also don't have maybe the wherewithal to sign up for the medical baseline, if there's a process that's being created that's kind of streamlined for all of our clinics and all of our hospitals that know that those patients are using durable medical equipment of that kind, that they're necessarily getting signed up so that we can make sure that, well, we can't force them to sign up, but that they're being offered assistance to make sure that they are signed up.
Well, right, and that's a really good point as well, because part of what the public messaging is right now around this is to try to get everybody to sign up, because the advantage of being signed up is basically PG&E then contacts them and lets them know that the power is going to be turned off. It doesn't give them a plan. There's no solution. It's just a warning that this is coming and you need to come up with a plan. What we're trying to do is to work with the DME companies and with in-home supportive service folks through the Department of Social Services, and also to come up with a plan, basically. And this is sort of, this medical respite is kind of a last-ditch effort. This is sort of the safety net to catch them before they end up showing up in the emergency room, and then we get into trouble with the emergency room not having availability, so.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Supervisor Crandall.
Dr. Pace, Eddie Crandall over
Oh,
here.
hi.
Just a quick comment. Is there any type of relations that you have with some of the skilled nursing facility centers? Because previous to the fire, we had a situation where there was a flood in Lucerne. We were able to call a local skilled nursing facility and get somebody that was medically, that needed medical attention and could not stay in a hotel over there. So maybe that's like a way to start. Just giving you that quick comment.
Right, well, that was sort of an unfortunate event right before the power going out too, wasn't it? But we have been talking with the skilled nursing facilities, and there is some contact with them. We haven't actually gone this route. So our experience was there was a little bit of anxiety on their part because they were all running on generators too. And so and with Sonoma County having to evacuate, they basically had to evacuate 3 hospitals and several skilled nursing facilities. And part of the regional agreement is that we share with them bed availability so it's partly how to prioritize all this is a little bit challenging, but that's probably a good idea. One of the other things we were trying to talk to was PG&E was setting up these community resource centers, which were from 8 in the morning till 8 at night, where people could come in and plug in, which was a huge help for these sorts of folks because they could come in and plug in their oxygen tanks and things like that. The problem is the 12 hours that they were closed, so we were partly trying to explore whether we could actually keep them open 24 hours, but there were concerns without that. So this is all the kind of work we can do before the next one, I think. So thanks.
Any further questions before I open up to the public?
I do.
Right. Mayor Barnes.
Yeah, just a real quick question. Now, would you be planning on rolling out these,
Respite shelters.
thank you, respite shelters, as soon as a PSP is announced? Would it be after, if the PSP is projected to be after so many days? Like, would you roll one of these out if a PSP was projected to last 2 days?
Well, what we found as planners, and I'm sure the sheriff and everybody else will vouch for this, is that it was really hard to get a sense of how long these things were going to last. Basically, what the initial idea was the power was going to be back on Monday night or Tuesday night, and then that didn't really materialize. And so, for us planning, PG&E is doing whatever they're doing, but for us planning, it was very challenging. So I think the way we're thinking about it right now, and again, there's no precedent. We're making this up as we go along, right, and talking to my colleagues around the state. But Lake County has a particularly unique situation because the whole county's out. It's a long way to get to someplace else, and so we were. But I think what we're thinking at this point is at 48 hours, we will get things set up, and then if it's at 48 hours, if it's still going and it looks like there's no immediate end in sight, then we'll start trying to open them. That's kind of what our thought is, but we're very open to input. So.
Thank you.
Any other further questions from the board right now? Okay, then I'm going to direct it to Carol.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this agenda item we hoped would be fairly organic to enable the board and the councils to hear all of the issues that have come up with the PSPS. There have been many, and so we anticipated that there would be considerable reporting out from staff on the challenges and complications they faced, and also some of the activities that are going to follow this. And so there are a number of county department heads and department representatives in the room. I'd like to open it up for some of them to come forward and report. I think it would also be relevant for the city representatives, Margaret, to report, and perhaps the chiefs that are sitting here up front, and then take public comment at the close of all that, because to say this has been a mess would be an understatement, and we thought if we just get it all out there, then it would be an opportunity to talk about next steps. And then also on this agenda item, there were a few specific topics that we were asked to discuss, such as PG&E's application process for residents needing reimbursement from food loss, the state funding that's going to be made available for local jurisdictions from the governor's budget, wireless data concerns and needs during the PSPS events. So I think we have quite a lot, and Dr. Pace, if you would clear the mic for now, we have some other people that will come up, so thank you. So, yeah, would you like to start, Margaret? I think that's uncorded, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council up here. I'd like to thank Dr. Pace and Director Pomeroy for really moving on the medical part, because that's where we felt our hands were mostly tied when we would have people calling in for medical needs. So I really appreciate that we have a plan for maybe next time getting that going. Other than medical calls, our biggest problem with the water and sewer operations that we had is the city was prepared. We had generators for all of our needs, and I don't think those generators were meant to run 24/7 for all these days in a row. So as the time was clicking, our generators were going out, and we had a main lift station that was very precarious into an overflow that would have been pretty ugly down Lakeport Boulevard. PG&E did bring us a generator. They had problems, the generator didn't work, so finally they brought us one that did work at the end, so we got that piece together, and then we also were able to get our wells, the generator at the wells also went out, and the police department. So the police department was able to keep services going, complete services for safety, but the office staff was only able to have the phone lines on with another generator. And then we did get a generator to the wells, which also helped us make sure we had enough water for the community for the time being, and assisted the county with water delivery to North Lakeport. So it was pretty trying to keep everything going as the days went on, and so it would be great to have more backup in the future for the critical needs for this city. Brad, do you have anything else that you wanted to add on to the city issues?
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. I think you covered a good synopsis, but regarding the issues with public safety, although, as you stated, we were able to keep operations going, that did significantly hamper our communication between other law enforcement agencies that we might need to communicate with, either locally or statewide, because with our generator going down, which it ended up being down for about 10 hours, that shut down our fiber optic and also our Department of Justice connections to the state and federal law enforcement systems, which are critical to communicate with other agencies on critical issues. So fortunately, we were able to get it going within about 10 hours, but there are many other public safety issues that come up. A big one being the lack of lighting, no street lights. It's very hard to see. It's a dangerous situation for pedestrians. And then obviously it creates situations where there's opportunities for persons who want to commit crimes to go out and do that. And so we're having to strap our resources to pay additional money that we don't have for overtime, to put more officers on the streets, to keep the community safe. And of course, we're going to do that, but it does strap our resources. It does cost budget money that we don't have. And then with law enforcement typically being the face of government, law enforcement is the one that's out there at front having the most contact with the public. We tend to get calls for anything and everything. So we're getting reached out to by many community members, and I'll cite the big one that we got numerous calls on, is people with critical medical issues that don't have generators. They can't charge equipment, they can't run a medical equipment, some of them can't drive, they have no transportation. Their only communication is either maybe a VoIP phone or a cell phone that doesn't work, and then if it does, they can't charge it once it's exhausted. They are in a really dangerous situation where they cannot call 911 to get critical resources. So those are some of the main issues that we've dealt with since the October 9th event through yesterday.
And I also want to comment on the economic disruption to our city. We have many small businesses that were just recuperating from last year being shut down for 6 days or more during the river fire, the Mendocino complex. And this is, I've got one business already that's told me they don't know if they can open up again, and there may be more that they're going to be saying that too. It was very destructive to our economic vitality to our city.
Chief White, did you want to report for the city of Clear Lake?
I'll be brief because I know there's a lot of members of the public that want to comment. I think one of my most significant concerns is obviously the medically fragile within our community and their ability to get to the different locations, including the CRC. The number of customers in this county that rely upon voice over IP phones who lost their phones and were unable to dial 911 as a result of it. Those are some of our concerns. I echo the concerns of Lakeport. I would say a silver lining of good out of this is that I do appreciate on behalf of the city, the county administrator was in constant contact with me, as was the sheriff's office, as well as the city of Lakeport. And so we were able to bounce ideas off of each other and try to respond as best as we could, given the difficult circumstances. I'll defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if we could just begin inviting up some of your department heads and department representatives that are here to report on some of the challenges they faced.
Okay, did you have a list that you want to?
I do not, but I know a number of them are here. So we'll start with
Jan,
Coppinger.
Jan's coming up. Special districts.
Thank you, Jan Coppinger, Special Districts Administrator. The very first PSPS gave us some challenges. We had some generators fail. We had ordered some emergency parts and we're waiting to get those in. However, by the time the second PSPS came along, roads were shut down because of fires, other power outages. Those parts didn't arrive. So we entered the second one crippled, I would say, with some generators and staff struggling. But we were getting through it until more generators started failing. And by the third one, we had massive failures. Our big generators at Soda Bay Water Treatment Plant, at Lakeport, North Lakeport Water Treatment Plant, and many of our small portables that we were taking from lift station to lift station to keep the sewer systems pumped down. We had 3 brand new ones and they all failed. One caught fire, one smoked so bad the fire department turned it off, wouldn't let us use it, and another one, we had oil in the generator. Those were brand new ones. So by the end of this, we were pretty much at the end of our rope. It couldn't have gone another day, and we did request help starting last Friday from PG&E. They did send a good backup generator that got Soda Bay back online, and just last night one came in for North Lakeport. But they also sent some portables that didn't work. And when we told them they didn't work, they came back to get them and brought another one, but it had a flat tire. So they left it at the gate of the Southeast Regional Treatment Plant with a flat tire, just dropped it there, picked up the one that didn't work and left. So really, we haven't received any portable generators. If the power goes off again, our sewer treatment situation is very dire, but we are scrambling to get those emergency repairs done. But it's the ongoing, our generators just aren't made to go 24/7, days on end. And really, it was multiple failures, just unbelievable. But our staff worked 16, 17-hour days was the average for employees, shuffling generators. We didn't have any sewer spills in this last one. Somehow, they managed to pull it off, and I gotta say kudos to these guys, because they didn't get much sleep, and they worked hard, and we didn't have any injuries, and we didn't have any spills. That was my biggest concern, is how long can they keep it up?
Yeah.
And they kept it up a long time, so. But that's where we're at. If they do another one before we can get some generators fixed, it's just over for us. We're gonna have to, I don't know what, but hopefully we can get a couple weeks to get these parts in, get these repairs made, call on the warranties for these generators that were new that failed, and get everything back in line, because right now, we're pretty much just out of generators.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to invite any other department head up that wishes to.
Steve Paycheck, Lake County Commissioner and Sealer. We were able to get a small generator. We were able to use, between UC Extension and our department, we were able to keep, I think, 6 computers running. The problem was we didn't have any heat, didn't have any power to light anything, so we weren't exactly the most efficient office in the world, because we had to avoid cords on the floor. It was cold. We had like 4 customers the whole time, because they thought we were closed. But I want to thank Public Services for their work with us, with our generators, because we were able to do some work with the computers. Our major deal was gas. We were trying to go to a Lower Lake, and it worked the first day, but second day that was open to the public. So there was like 40 cars in line for us to get gas. We were told that there was going to be gas here in Lakeport. There wasn't. So because we could do field work for sure, for insect trapping. So our major deal was just having the trucks get gas to work in the field to do the insect traps. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Good morning. Crystal Marketan, Director of Social Services. So I'll start by saying that we felt really fortunate to have the generator installed down at Anderson Ranch. It enabled us to maintain service to the public and also employment for our employees. So that part worked out well. At the beginning of the PSPS, the initial one, IHSS workers called recipients to alert them of impending power outage and to encourage them to prepare or leave the county, which was our previous plan, and so that was done. On Tuesday, the 27th, we began working with Health Services, LCOE, and Red Cross to stand up a medical respite shelter due to the extended period of the PSPS. We realized that it really, this was really a test of our ability to shelter. Without power, we don't really have any shelters other than Twin Pine and the senior center in Clear Lake, which is relatively small capacity. And so that was our immediate concern. We were also working with the State Operations Center to try to meet that need. They were not really responding to it as a PSPS need. They were looking at it as the need on our southern border with the Kincaid fire. And so they, on the 27th, became really taking more of a lead in trying to help us identify where we could actually open a shelter and then assist. They offered to install transfer switches at 2 different sites. We wanted one to obviously be in the Lower Lake, Clear Lake area, which is our area of highest need. And so the only place that we really have option for in that area at this time is the Lower Lake High School. And because it's really a prescriptive process to do work on school sites, we were unable to get that done. And this was overnight, during the night. And so there was just a lot of pressure on a lot of people, including LCOE, Red Cross, Social Services, and Health Services to try and make it happen. What ended up occurring that night was that Seventh-day Adventist Church here in Lakeport did have a transfer switch installed. And the second one was installed at Fritch Hall at the fairgrounds. This is not ideal, the Fritch Hall one, because typically in a regular evacuation scenario, it's leased either by CAL FIRE or PG&E and not open as a shelter. It may be of help in a PSPS only, medical situation, but not really of benefit for us in terms of an actual, evacuation situation. And I will say that I think we, understand now that we really need to better understand the demographics of the population that are reliant on medical services, electricity, but then also the medication and so on. And so we'll be working with Health Services and Red Cross to apply for some grants through PG&E to have transfer switches installed in other shelter sites. We do still have, I think, a lot of limitation when it comes to shelter opportunity in the Lower Lake, Clear Lake area. And so we'll be trying to think outside the box there. Twin Pine is great when they're not, in the area of possible evacuation. And we did initially have Twin Pine willing to do a medical shelter, but then, as the fire situation continued and evolved, that was no longer really an option for us. So I think, since there wasn't any major tragedy, it was all in all really a good experience for us to really find out how vulnerable we are and what areas we really need to shore up. I would also say that, again, people have experienced food loss as a result of this. We've already had one CalFresh replacement this month, and the regulations say it can only be done once a month. And that was done as an automatic refresh early with the PSPS that occurred at the beginning of the month. And we received information the day before yesterday that there will be CalFresh replacement again. It's not disaster replacement or disaster CalFresh, which would be for everyone. This is for pre-existing CalFresh recipients. And they do have to request it. And if they have questions about that, I have a phone number, 1-800-628-5288, or they can visit our office at Anderson Ranch Parkway. I'm open for questions.
Are we reaching them, letting them know that this is a possibility? Because I know that they were told that there was no way that they'd be able to have a second.
We put out a public information release, and that's why I'm mentioning it today. So hopefully people will become aware as their power goes back on and they're able to actually get information again. So there is a deadline, I believe, of November 4th for applying.
I think
Anybody else?
Supervisor Sabatier had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, you said that the state took the lead once the fire became more of a potential threat, meaning that during a PSPS, the state would not see that as an emergency, therefore would not take the lead, leaving us on our own.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Further?
Good morning, Rob Howe, Chief Probation Officer for the county. I guess I'm going to echo some of the same problems others apparently have had. And we in the probation department were prepared to fully function as we have in past PSPS events. However, we had a generator issue as well. We move all of our staff to the DRC, the Day Reporting Center, which is the old juvenile hall for those who aren't familiar. That building is set up to operate completely with generation power. However, Tuesday morning, that generator broke severely enough that it was not fixable, despite some really good efforts by Public Works and some others. So that created a little issue with us. All of our field personnel could operate. I do have some thank yous to give out. This county works really well together. We had Shane French from IT, Anita Grant from County Council, and with some coordination with Carol and Stephen, we were able to find office space here for all of our time-sensitive court order reports, court-ordered activity like that can't wait. Obviously, the court was up and running. So we found places for all of those people. In fact, Supervisor Brown offered some office space. He was here that morning. I really appreciate that ability to work together. Unfortunately, because of the late notice of our breakdown, we did send 10 employees home for a period of time, simply because we did not have the office space available to house them. So I guess the lesson that I've learned, it sounds like everybody's learning, is although generation power is backup power, backup to backup is what we're going to have to kind of figure out for the future. But again, thanks for everybody who helped us work through this. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Lars Ewing, Lake County Public Services Director. A lot of discussion on generators and infrastructure in the field that Jan Coppinger talked about, but for facilities, I think that what hits me most is the scale of the shutdowns. We had previously, the county had previously set up certain facilities, identified facilities to have backup power. That's in anticipation of probably a localized event. This is broad scale, which just changes the game entirely. We scrambled, to be blunt, got generators in place in a number of facilities, but not all. So, it's a game changer, and just put it that way. The time for staff to get out there and do that work, things don't get done because of this. So that's important. Day-to-day operations simply stop. That's no surprise there, but it's a huge impact. Aside from the dollar amounts, that's money that can be spent elsewhere, the generators. The memo that you have before you, I think, has just the infrastructure costs, installation and generator purchase, but we still have generators to put in place. I mean, there are county facilities that before may not have been identified as quote unquote critical during an emergency, but we've identified during day-to-day operations, they are critical for the public. So in essence, do we put a generator at every single building? I mean, that's a big question that we have to decide. So I appreciate all the support that we got from the board, from the departments, department heads, and it became the continuity of government operations. The generator discussion was just one. I mean, everybody's sharing offices, sending people home, but specific to facilities, it's just something that was not planned for before, and if it was on a localized basis, not an entire county being shut down. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lars.
Jonathan Armis, Lake County Animal Care and Control. I'm the director. We don't have our generator installed yet. Buildings and Grounds did loan us one, which provide us most of our essential needs. We were able to receive calls from public and get out. But as time went on, we cannot provide heat or cooling to our animals in our shelter. So during this time, as temperatures went really low, we had kittens and dogs that we really had to figure out ways to keep them warm. We also provide medical care to animals that come in injured or anything like that, and we do not have the ability to sterilize our equipment as we use them, clean laundry, use our medical machines. And so, especially once our generator's in and these extend out, and if people are already having problems with new generators, we could be in a real bad bind with not being able to take calls from public, care for our animals, care for the medically treatable animals, and it could become a real big issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hi, Doug Garrett. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer for the Lake County Air Quality Management District. I would just there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong for us. I'll kind of go through some of the challenges we ran into and some that could have come up. We were very lucky in this event that we were only impacted by the smoke from the Kincaid fire for one day in the South County. But that one day, we were in the hazardous range, and with no power in the community, people were not able to run filters. They were not able, our normal advice is stay indoors, run your filtration, keep filters going, do things to protect yourself. Well, none of those options were available unless the people had generators. So the people without generators, they were stuck with hazardous, unhealthy air quality for that one day. Now, the good part is it was only one day. It could have gone for weeks, and that would have been a lot more of a hazard for a lot more community members. There are a lot of people that are very sensitive to smoke, and one day they may be able to get by, but 2, 3, 4, 5 days, I think the ambulance service in the hospitals would have been a lot busier. So, just as the one significant challenge that we saw, we've been working on this for probably 9 months trying to get ready for it, because we run air monitors. The air monitors, if we fail on the air monitoring, then Lake County fails. And there are a lot of things that we are exempt from with the state and federal laws that require us to show that we're clean. If we can't have the data, we can't prove that, and then it affects ag, it affects industry, it affects everybody. So It affects even smogging your cars at times. So there are a lot of things that could go wrong if we lose data. So we've had to stay on top of this and spend a lot of time being prepared for it. Now with this event, it was definitely longer than we were expected. We have a lot of equipment that is designed to run. We have battery backups that'll run 24 to 36 hours on a lot of our monitors. So some of those remote sites, after one day, they were no longer operable. So we've been trying to do the in the field work monitoring. We have portable samplers, handheld battery backup units that we can take out and do spot checks, but we can't do that continuous data collection that we would like to do so that we can ensure people are safe. So that with that, it is a lot of staff time. And then going back to the fueling vehicles, we had to manage our vehicles so that we didn't have any vehicle that ran out of fuel. We always had enough of a fleet and enough fuel in our vehicles to last the week, and without having to sit in line for an hour to fuel up. We tried to avoid that as much as possible because that's just a waste of staff time. And there are people that really need that fuel to get out of the area or make themselves safe or use it to charge their cars, keep warm, whatever. So we're trying not to take that away from and be prepared ourselves independently of the local fuel options. Now with this event, we were lucky in another way. We have geothermal operations. Geothermal is completely shut down, so they are venting right now. They cannot close in wells. They can't, when they shut down, everything vents because they have to keep those things viable in order to be able to restart. We've been really lucky. The conditions have been good, so we haven't had the impact in the community that we would expect to see. If that happened on a normal summer day, we would have a significant impact within Cobb, Anderson Springs, and those whole areas. But we've been quite lucky, and we do have the portable again. We have portable samplers we take out and do spot checks, and we have industry going. They are monitoring themselves as well, going around to make sure that there isn't a significant issue. They are working on plans to restart, and we're working with them, coordinating to get the restart process going so that we can get those things off vent as soon as possible. But that is all dependent on getting the high voltage lines inspected and back up and running, and so that they can start producing power. So with that, the smoke forecast, just a quick, smoke forecast for people because the fire is still going. We are expecting, during the day, we're going to have, decent conditions throughout the county, but in the evenings, especially with this cold weather, we are going to see smoke, especially in the South County, probably in the Cobb area. And we may see some migrate over Cobb into Kelseyville to Lakeport, but the levels are we're predicting moderate to maybe get into the unhealthy range. So it's not going to be nearly as bad as long as there isn't a major flare up in the fire. So as long as it continues on the trend that it's on, we're going to have some smoke, but it's not going to be as bad, and it'll keep clearing during the day as the sun hits. So with that, that's my update. If you have any.
Thank you, Doug. Any questions for Doug?
I
Supervisor Brown?
don't know if I have a question or an observation, or maybe you could just weigh in on it, but, we're always concerned about air quality and all that, kind of stuff that's caused by the fires, but I can't help but think that thousands of generators running can have some cumulative effect on not just noise, but the air quality, let alone all the people that are sitting in the gas line for hours upon hours, waiting for gas. So I don't know if there's any way to measure that or quantify that, but that has to be an issue.
Yeah, that is a significant issue. We're after this event is over, we're going to try and come up with a way to estimate that based on the number of generators we know about, the number, kind of ballparking the number that we don't know about, and make some assumptions on what they are and how big they are, just to get that NOx emissions.
Get a statistic on how many of them were stolen, and then double it, because about half of them were stolen.
Yeah. But the one thing I can say is, if this happened in the middle of summer, we would have severe ozone issues. Being in the fall, cold weather, we don't get the ozone production nearly as bad. So that was the one thing that kept us from having severe air quality issues as well with the ozone. Because the generators, whether it's propane, diesel, gas, they are NOx producers. They produce a lot of nitrogen oxides, which becomes ozone in sunlight. So we were very lucky in that sense that the temperatures were cold, the air was moving most of the time. Not good for the fire, but it was good for the air quality on our side. So.
Thank you, Doug. Good. Catherine.
Hello, I'm Catherine McMullen, the Registrar of Voters. We are in an active election cycle. We have a special district election on this next Tuesday, November 5th. We mailed out ballots to 4,500 voters right before the first public shutdown. And then we also are doing poll worker training during the public shutdowns, making contingency plans if there was another public shutdown during Election Day. We have 4,500 voters that received their vote by mail ballot, and then also another 2,000 voters that are going to show up at the polling place on Tuesday. And I believe that this has made things difficult for our voters in order to participate in the election process, as well as my staff who have been very dedicated and a busy time for us, still coming into work and getting things done despite the challenges with the power shutdown, as well as our poll workers coming in to do poll worker training when they haven't had power at home for a few days. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and that if we don't have power during these important times for democracy, it makes things difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure.
Thank you. Brian Martin, Sheriff and Director of Emergency Services for the county. Our experience with generators was a little bit different than what I'm hearing here now, and that may be because our generators get used quite frequently. Every time there's a power shutdown at our PSAP and our main office, the generator comes on. So it may be that our generators have got the bugs worked out of them. So our experiences were good with that, and I want to thank the board for the purchase of the generator for the evidence building. Had we been without power for those 5 days, we would have lost critical evidence in some very serious crimes. Are the impacts to us? I don't know how many alarm calls that we got when the power went out, and then again when the power came on. Required a response to many of those. We weren't able to respond to all of them. As far as the generator thefts, I don't know how many generators were stolen in the county, because I know there's a lot of them that people were reporting on Facebook that they didn't actually report to the law enforcement, probably because there's not going to be any way to recover those generators if we don't have serial number information. During the event, we sent law enforcement mutual aid to Sonoma County to help out with the evacuations. Some of the feedback that we got were with the messaging with Nixle. We had cut back on our Nixle messaging. I hear loud and clear the desire for Nixle, so we're going to explore that. I would ask now, I'm not asking for the board to do anything, but I want the board to be aware that that may become an increased cost at some point if we do go back to another event such as we had last year, where we have to send out literally millions of text messages. We changed our website for people that don't have social media and Facebook to post the daily video updates that we've been doing directly to our website, so people no longer need a Facebook account to catch those videos. I like to, I don't want to let this go unnoticed, but I firmly believe that several phone calls made by Congressman Thompson and Governor Newsom to the president of PG&E resulted in power being restored to Lake County. The promise was that there was going to be 80 to 90%, and as of right now, it's nearly 100%, which will bring us to my next area of concern during this shutoff is our interactions with PG&E during these events, both during the EOC activation and prior to the EOC activation. When these public safety power shutoffs were brought up we were told to tell people, hey, refer to the PG&E website. The PG&E website crashed. I don't know how a multi-billion-dollar company can't run a website. I think Chief White will have some commentary. He was much more succinct than I will be about their ability. But the website did crash. It was brought back up. It crashed again briefly, and it appears to have been fixed at this time. PG&E hosted 3 times daily conference calls. The conference calls at the beginning were quite a debacle. The system they were using was clearly not set up to handle over 500 callers. It was very difficult to get information in and out because of the way the system was running. Their response to that was to turn everybody on mute and then unmute the lines, which again caused some problems. Another solution to that was to only have county OESs and tribal governments participate in the calls, and these calls at that point were lasting sometimes up to an hour and a half, and the cities and other jurisdictions were in need of more immediate real-time information. Ultimately, after several trials and errors, I think they came up with a result and a method of holding these conference calls which allowed everybody to participate in some meaningful way and get information in real time, but I will tell you that was very challenging during the first two of these 4 public safety power shutoffs. The messaging that was put out by PG&E was sometimes mixed and inaccurate. from the scope of the event changing, and I understand that the scope would change based on weather, but I can't help but believe that certain small portions of Lake County would be unimpacted up until about 24 hours before the event instead of the 48-hour notification that we had got, and then suddenly sprung upon us. The outage times and the on times for the event was inaccurate in many cases. The Saturday night shutoff, we were told would happen at 4 in the afternoon, then we were told it was going to be pushed back till 6, till 8, till 11, and lo and behold, at around 5:30 it went out for most of the county.
But then they notified us at 9:30 that it might go out.
There you go, yes.
4.5 hours later.
Yeah. So, and I know we're not the only jurisdiction, and I don't know what Mr. Acosta did to get sent here, and welcome here. I don't know if you lost a bet or what, but, we appreciate you here. We'll try to be as civil as we can, but you're going to experience some frustration here. In response to some of these frustrations, PG&E designated a single point of contact to participate in our EOC. That single point of contact quickly disappeared with the start of the Kincaid fire. I get that. I understand that. I expected one to be sent back. They sent a couple more single points of contact with the idea being that we would have a PG&E representative embedded in our EOC during our operations so that we could have direct communication and direct lines of information coming from PG&E and a place to vent jurisdiction-specific information. Our single point of contact kept disappearing. He apparently stayed in his home in Butte County, which I would love to stay in my home that had power too, so I understand that. But there was not a satisfactory solution. I hope you take that feedback, that when we've been promised a single point of contact here, we expect them to be here during the complete operational hours of the event, not disappearing. This mixed information goes all the way up till today. We were told this morning on the conference call that Lake County is 100% power restored. Come to find out, we're not 100% power restored. We still have 52 customers that are without power as a result of the PSPS, and another, I believe, 12 or 16 that are out as a result of the Kincaid fire. That may seem like a small amount, but when we're told it's 100%, that should mean 100%. So I want to harp on the fact that the information from PG&E needs to be better. Just needs to be better. Thank you.
And I think I need to say that this frustration that we're feeling here has nothing to do with the PG&E workers. That's
Yes, absolutely.
boots on the ground. So just want to make sure that's very clear.
Or even this guy here.
Or even this guy here. Did you have anything you wanted to add or comment, anything that was said here? Since
you don't mind.
Yes, please. If you could, does he have a mic?
Thank you for the invite and the opportunity to be here today. My name is John Costa. I manage local public affairs in Northern California for PG&E. I didn't necessarily get sent here. I volunteered to be here today because I think it's important to get down to the issues that you've expressed today. Clearly, there's a lot of frustration and there's a huge impact to this community, not just to Lake County, but the cities and surrounding area. It's important that we get that feedback, no matter how direct that feedback is. I am not an expert on the operations of the system. Unfortunately, we still have an event, and so those experts were unable to be here today. But we did send some communication last night suggesting that maybe we can have a follow-up meeting after this. I've taken quite a bit of notes. I'm sure there's still more to hear, and I'll take good notes. And what we would like to do is come back, meet with your staff, bring our leadership and our operational experts to really sit down and talk through the system, talk through the issues that you've faced, what options we have, and really find ways to improve in this system. Clearly, we've had a breakdown on a number of levels, communication being a significant one, and that is something that's unacceptable. It's our responsibility to provide safety for our customers and the community in partnership, and those are areas that we need to work on. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm really here to listen and seek feedback from the community.
One thing I think PG&E needs to make sure they understand is that Lake County was already limping along with our fiscal crisis and the disasters that we already have. And when you kick somebody that's already down, it takes them a whole lot longer to get back up if you're kicking somebody that's healthy. We're not going to get up as fast.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't end when the lights turn back on.
Right.
We still have suffering even when the lights are on. So I think PG&E needs to be very aware of that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just a couple more additions to the staff reports, and then we can go whatever direction you want with the discussion. Our county librarian couldn't be here today. He got sick in the midst of the PSPS, and he's not the only one. I know a lot of people that came down with a cold or flu bug during the time that their homes were super cold. But regarding the libraries, our libraries actually stayed open during most of the PSPSs without power, the exception being the Middletown Library, which reached a point where we just couldn't keep it open because of the darkness in there and the cold, et cetera. As you know, when the generator purchase was completed a couple of months ago, we were not able to prioritize the libraries for generator purchase, but libraries are very important to the public, and there were a lot of people there trying to use them the old-fashioned way, the use of books, despite the fact that there was no light power or ability to charge or use any of the computers there. I wanted to just talk about cost, what this cost, and it's just a sort of a ballpark estimate at this point, what this has cost the county. We reported to you the last time your board met following the October 9th incident, what we estimated our cost to be at that time. And this was not including the cost of generators. The generators were in the $800,000 range, purchase and installation. And at the close of the October 9th incident, we were estimating about $150,000 in additional county costs to manage the PSPS event. And so by this time, we've been through considerably more PSPS days. And so if you look at the cost of the generators and the cost of managing these events, it's clearly pushed well into a range in excess of $1 million. And those are funds that I don't suppose will ever be coming back to the county, and you just have to kind of ask yourself why.
And those are only county dollars. It's not even considering what the cities have
Yeah,
lost.
not considering the cities. And do you have estimates on city losses?
We did not put that together, but yeah, it's very expensive. Just even the fuel every day, we're keeping these huge generators going and the extra staff time.
Yeah, the fuel alone for the first event, Lars' estimate was $10,000. Lars, any numbers on the past week?
No, but I suspect it's 40 to 50.
Yeah, insane.
If you could repeat.
Lars' estimate is $40,000 to $50,000 more in fuel costs for the past week to run generators?
Yeah, ours were at least $5,000 a day just for fuel for the generators.
So given the fact that the disaster has now been ratified, my office is also in the process of finalizing a letter that will be sent to Director Mark Ghilarducci of Cal OES requesting assistance for the county under the California Disaster Assistance Act. So we're going to be asking for funding. And I think the thing that is most noteworthy about this disaster letter, this is the 12th time our office has had to request assistance under a disaster. You probably can't all see that, but it's an incredible scope of disasters Lake County has had to deal with, impacting the entire county all over the place. No other county is dealing with what Lake County is dealing with in terms of disaster and the impacts on finances, the impacts on citizens, just unbelievable. I wanted to close by noting the incredible support we've had all along the way from our elected representatives, Senator McGuire, Congressman Thompson, Cecilia Aguiar Curry. Some of them are with us today. Right behind me is Taylor Morrison with Mike McGuire's office. I don't know if you have anything to add, Taylor, but we're open to that if you do. And Shao from Congressman Thompson's office was coming. I'm kind of stuck over here, so I can't see if she's here.
I haven't seen her.
And Aguiar Curry's office was going to join us via live stream. So we're just so grateful to each of those offices all along the way for the hammering they've done on our behalf.
Okay.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Taylor Morrison. I'm a district representative for State Senator Mike McGuire. Senator McGuire was grateful to be with many of you last night at the Middletown CAL FIRE Town Hall and regrets not being with you here this morning. He wanted me to say a few words on his behalf. And so the bottom line is this. Senator McGuire believes PG&E has proven time and time again it lacks the basic fundamentals to successfully execute such large and complex plant outages. It's outrageous, and their customers deserve so much better. There are many communities, including right here in the county of Lake, who have been without power for 7 of the last 8 days and have suffered through 4 PG&E power outages over the last 30 days. As we all are painfully aware, Lake County has experienced multiple massive wildland fires, and over 60% of your land mass has burned since 2015. Now to experience these ongoing and massive power shutoffs is unacceptable. The senator believes there are 3 main reasons why we are here. One, PG&E's decades of mismanagement and lack of investment in their electrical system. They haven't invested in grid modernization, grid hardening, or vegetation management like they should have. 2, lack of supervision and enforcement at the California Public Utilities Commission, who are responsible for overseeing PG&E safety plans. 3, we are facing a new climate reality, which has caught up with this woefully unprepared utility corporation. In 2012, 15% of PG&E's electrical lines existed in an elevated fire risk zone. Today, 50% of all their lines now exist in an elevated fire risk zone. McGuire believes PG&E has become too big and has failed Lake County and California too many times. They are on their 3rd strike. The first was the deadly San Bruno gas explosion and cover-up of it. The second was the massive wildfires of 2017 and 2018. And strike 3 is the debacle of a response to these power shutoffs. All options need to be on the table at this time, including breaking up the utility. PG&E's customers deserve better. So the state moved on critical reforms this year, including linking PG&E executive compensation to safety improvements, establishing a new safety committee in the Department of Natural Resources, whose whole mission is to hold this utility and all other state utilities accountable. The state is forcing PG&E and other utilities to spend $5 billion for safety improvements, and they are making critical changes at the Public Utilities Commission, appointing a new chairwoman and commissioner. That said, there's a lot more to do to keep the lights and gas on and ensure PG&E's customers are safe. This is an all hands-on-deck effort. Senator McGuire has been appointed co-chair of a policy working group of 9 senators to develop fixes to hold PG&E accountable for power shutoffs and grid modernization, insurance stability, and fire response and resiliency. We agree that the rollout of these power shutoff events is completely unacceptable, and Californians deserve better from this utility. We stand with Lake County residents today. You all deserve better, and we look forward to working with you and Governor Newsom to hold PG&E accountable. I just want to thank you again for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you. Okay, with that, if there's nothing further from the cities or the county,
Chris,
You got 2 people up here.
Chris Macedo, or do you want to?
I just want to elaborate a little bit because you don't often get the chance to address the county board of supervisors as well as the city council members in one shot. So my experience in emergency management over the last 20 years or so, emergency management practices are you got to be prepared to be on your own for the first 72 hours of an emergency. You're not going to be able to rely upon your state partners or your federal partners. You're going to have to take care of yourself. So we had requests come in from both the cities as well as county entities for generators and resources. We put a lot of pressure on PG&E to get the resources, and as expected, they didn't come in. And with state OAS, they were going through the usual processes. And with as many counties that were experienced the same thing, resources were spread thin. Both cities and the counties, you need to look closely at contracting for resources or generators prior to emergencies, and finding out vendors that have generators or resources you may need in disasters, to have those things available to you ahead of time before these events take place, so you can make those phone calls and get those equipments moving before or during when the event takes place, instead of waiting for either PG&E to try to find generators or Cal OES doing the same thing, trying to reach out to multiple jurisdictions to try to find them because they're going to be in hot demand or supply. I do want to say that I've seen a lot of improvement through a lot of the several disasters with both cities and county staff in the collaboration process, paperwork that's come in and being filled out. Everybody's come a long way. We still have work to do, but I'm not saying it's over with yet, but it was a joy working with both the cities and the county staff. Each of you have a lot to be proud of your staff who's been working in the EOC hard and filling out the paperwork and getting it submitted, and the multiple phone calls, the multiple exchange of information back and forth. It was tremendous to see. Lake County, for a small county, is very resilient in getting that information and getting things moving and working closely together and helping each other out in times of need. So it's something to be proud of. We're going to wrap this thing up as quick as possible, but there's lots of training out there for FEMA to learn more about disaster preparedness. And the roles that government plays in those disasters. I'd strongly encourage all levels of both city and county government to look at those things, get yourself educated, and it will only improve our ability to respond to these and come out better for it. So thank you.
Thank you. And then Dan, did you want to come up and report on impacts of Sutter?
I was just waiting on the public comment.
Why don't you come up? Is there a representative here also from Adventist? I would like to hear from them also. I think that's important for the public to hear.
I think I can address
Oh,
this.
that's right. Okay.
Okay, Dan Peterson, Sutter Lakeside Hospital. We did echo many of the sentiments shared here today. I want to start by just saying thank you for our local law enforcement keeping us safe, for our Department of Public Health and the EMS agencies here in the county for help keeping our most fragile and vulnerable community members safe, and the great job they did around communication. We felt there were some good improvements in this last shutoff with the local leaders who pressed to get better DME resources in the county, that there weren't as many shortages there. We had, both times we had a significant number of people coming in to charge medical devices, which we wanted to support and we're there to support, but we were worried about oxygen needs during the last shutoff, and that went well in this one. As well as we felt having the added CRC on the north end of the lake, or the added CRCs throughout the county, did reduce the burden of people coming in to charge devices in the hospital. We wanted to support that for medical devices, but not for everything, in order to preserve our resources for medical needs of the community. Some of the things that we're hoping can be improved going forward, our communication. I know that's been a theme, but particularly around the shutoff times. It can be very dangerous for some of our medical equipment for us to not know when it's being shut off. The power's gonna get shut off to it, and so we're requesting more specificity in the time when the hospital actually does get shut off, so that we can power down that equipment in advance. It's not equipment that we want to leave power down for a 5-hour window. That's not good either. Some of the communication regarding turning the power back on is also particularly problematic. Our power came on at about 5 o'clock last night. We finally received a call back at about 7:30 saying our power would be on sometime soon. It's problematic for us because when we don't know what to tell our patients for the next day, we wind up canceling surgeries, canceling appointments. Patients need to be at home prepping for their surgery or not prepping for their surgery, and so it would have been really nice to have had a little bit better communication about, we're working on your lines right now, we've assessed your lines, now we're making some repairs. I understand you can't tell us exactly when it'll be turned back on, but I think there was a good opportunity during the afternoon to have told us, given us some real assurances, an hour or two in advance even, that it would be on that day, so that we didn't wind up canceling patients for the next day and impacting their medical care. We have significant concerns about the particularly the elderly folks in our community with the low temperatures. And I know the medical respite shelters is part of how you're addressing that, but we're not sure how to address that. But we did experience a number of our clinic patients who are at home with teeth chattering because of the cold, and I think that's something that we need to think about going forward. And then our last concern that hasn't been brought up, I don't know if this is widespread or not, but we experienced concerns with cell coverage. And that is a worry for us as we're trying to coordinate with our patients and with our teams, with our staff, to cover shifts and make sure our community is cared for. When we can't get through to folks consistently on cell phone lines, that is an issue. And I don't know what the avenue is to address that, but that's a concern that we definitely had and wanted to voice going forward. That's all from me. Any questions?
Yeah, on an earlier one, you guys lost a lot of medications due to the refrigeration and stuff. Have you fixed that issue, or did you lose a lot of medications this time too?
No, we did not this time. The reason we did last year when we evacuated was because we had to turn off our air handler units. Even though we had power at that time, we didn't want to blow excess smoke through the facility. So that was kind of more of a smoke-related issue. So this time around, we did have full generator power at the hospital. Our clinics did not, so we moved the medications from the clinics into the hospital pharmacy in preparation. That is a reason we're grateful to have the 24 to 48 hours notice of this, because we can then do that to preserve those medications. And so we didn't have temperature loss issues this time.
Councilman Kramer, did you?
No, you answered the question about the generators. Where you do have, my question was just where you do have generation power. You do at the hospital, if I understand you correctly, but not your clinics?
Correct, yeah. We have a generator that basically fully runs the hospital. We have a backup generator to that generator as well. So it is a safe place during a power outage such as this. We're confident in our abilities there. Having said that, it does put a significant strain on them, running them 4 or 5 days in a row like this. That's not something that they're used to having, and so we did watch our maintenance on them increase throughout those days. But the hospitals are fully generator power. Our clinics are not. We received a waiver from the state to allow us to see clinic patients in our hospital during the outage, and so we were really proud to be able to offer some limited outpatient clinic services during the outage in the hospital. That was limited, though, due to space constraints. We could only do it in a certain spot in the hospital.
But putting off surgeries was just an extra area of caution?
Yeah, so we do perform emergency surgeries during a power shutoff, but we do not perform elective procedures, just out of an abundance of caution. With an emergency case, that's a little different. We'd rather save someone's life right then and there when it has to happen. But for something like a colonoscopy or something that, while not good for our community, is not something that we want to put off.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Hides the tears.
We would prefer to wait until the power is back on. We feel that's appropriate for safety.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further from Dan? Russ, did you want to
Thank you all.
report for Adventus?
In what limited capacity I can, I want to thank Mr. Peterson. I echo his sentiments. Our hospital also was up and working on generator power, but we had significant issues at the clinics. Obviously, those do not have generator power. We see over 500 patients per day at our Clear Lake Clinic. All those patients had to be rescheduled and canceled. Also echoing Mr. Peterson's sentiments about needing to see some patients, outpatients, as we could. But those are significant impacts, especially on a county with the health rankings that Lake County has, and that access to care is one of our priorities in our community health needs assessment. Other issues facing the hospital and our employees, obviously with the clinics closed, several employees were sent home. That also impacts Lake County and the cities as far as that socioeconomic issue and people not being able to earn or spend money locally. City employees and city-owned businesses, our small businesses are significantly hit. So these are big issues. Now I'd like to turn my comments toward Senator McGuire's sentiments and echo those. This kind of addressed the gorilla in the room. I don't believe that in 2020, as we're quickly approaching the new year, that an entity such as PG&E should not have the capabilities and technology to overcome some wind. I just don't understand why, when I hear the numbers and the expenses represented in this meeting today, while we can prepare for those unanticipated events, those emergencies, the fires, the floods, et cetera, that impact our communities, this was a planned event. We were told repeatedly, I attended several of the PSPS advisory meetings and answered questions of constituents related to that this would not be an emergency operation, yet here we are talking about the emergency operations centered around a PSPS. I'm just irritated. I'm wondering at this level, at a statewide level, what investigation is being done to see that these will be limited, that infrastructure can be updated and repaired significantly so that we don't need to see planned power shutoffs as we have. This county and our cities have been significantly impacted, and frankly, I'm irritated by that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I saw that a representative from Congressman Thompson's office, I saw her. Oh, did you have anything you wanted to say or read? No? Okay, just making sure. If there's nothing further from the cities, counties, Denise, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Denise Pomeroy, Health Services Director for the Health Department of Lake County. I just wanted to let everyone know that the Health Department, along working with our healthcare providers, was able to put out a resource guide twice a day to let the community know where to call, including helplines and insurance lines where they could get a nurse. As soon as Sutter had their waiver, we added that to the list so that people knew the number to call so that they could go in and be seen. In addition, we implemented our Fort Knox unit, which is a large cold refrigeration unit that we have to help our providers store their medications and their vaccines. So we did take on all of Tribal Health's medications and vaccines, and a couple of our local doctors who would have therefore lost everything that they had and had to start from over. So I just want to let you know that we do have some of these resources available within our department. We also did experience issues with fuel and gas. We were very concerned about the ability of propane and generators and things for our medically fragile. But the hospitals, the skilled nursing facilities, we did support them with some portable generators that we keep in our emergency preparedness program, so they were able to at least do laundry and those types of things. So a lot of more planning needs to happen if these PSPSs are going to continue, and we know that they will. Especially in these colder, either the very cold or the very hot temperatures that Lake County can experience for not just our medically fragile, but for our 0 to 5 population as well. All of the places where our 0 to 5 population would go were closed because none of them have generators. So they were not getting the resources that they needed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Councilmember Overton?
So I thought I'd give a little, is this on?
Yes.
Give a little update on, because I was at the community center, and I am the executive director of our Highland Senior Center down there, so we deal with 115 homebound seniors. I am happy to say that I've been preparing them since January last year. It takes a long time to get seniors to realize how important it is to be prepared. But I'm happy to say that we have not had any complaints from any of our homebound seniors. I do say that the PG&E staff was awesome. We worked very well with them. Probably the best people that we work with in any disaster. They were really good. I really appreciated that they were very cordial, very compassionate to the people. We were packed, and we did continue our senior services there also. So we were a combined entity there. We handled probably thousands of calls that came through our senior center phone lines. So I really want to say I appreciate that MediaCom did put power to us so that we can use our phones, because we are pretty much the outreach for our end of the lake when a disaster happens. So MediaCom was nice enough to make sure they put a generator on, thanks to our chief, who asked them to do that. And that really, really helped out with phone calls where people could be directed of where to go. It's essential that we have our generator. PG&E did help us get that, along with our mayor and others that hung out and helped with every facility there, keeping things going. The thing that I see that was the bad part about the whole thing was that there was no food for people. They had no place to cook. And then there are days here where there was no food. We got some donations from the school, so we were able to, some of us just stayed and made grilled cheese sandwiches and soups, you know, and then another organization came in last night and fed them, because after so many days, I'm sorry, snacks just isn't enough. Food needs to be one of the priorities. When people are in disasters and they're hungry, it is not a good situation. You know, people get irritated and stuff. So I think food also needs to be a major priority with things. Things came in kind of late. Like yesterday, they got blankets. You know, a little late for that. But we appreciate. I mean, they appreciated it. Case on there was another one, but it was kind of late for this one. So we didn't receive anything until basically we were already notified that the utilities were going to be coming back on. So I think a little more preparedness. Their staff also did not have any communication with their own company. I was very disappointed in that. They could not answer any questions, the same as the rest of us. There was just no communication. So that is a major thing when you have, you know, several hundred people standing around wanting to know what's going on, and their own staff could not tell us. So I think the communication is a huge, huge gap here. So that needs to be better. So I just wanted to give an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Anything further before I open up to the public? Seeing none, so we're
Bruno
going
has
to,
something.
Bruno, sorry.
I just want to add to that because I created a little bit of a debacle over at the Highland Senior Center by making a statement that was provided to us by PG&E through the conference calls that blankets, ice, and food would be provided the following day. Those volunteers had no idea that that was supposed to happen. I checked in with our CAO, who then checked in with PG&E, who said, nope, that is no longer going to happen. I would like to believe that I shouldn't have to ask to make sure that what we're told is what is actually going to happen. And so again, that communication needs to be key as to what we're being told is actually what's going to happen, so that we don't disseminate information that creates an expectation that can never be met. I do appreciate what was there at the CRCs, but I agree that there needs to be more. I also want to add a little bit to some of the information. I don't believe Brock Falkenberg is here.
No, I
We had I had a conversation with them, as well as Mayor Kramer this morning, where he's stating that just this year for PSPSs, that in total days for all students combined, that 54,000 days of lost days of education. That's 5 to 6 days per student in just 1 month. This doesn't include all our disasters of the past where they've had to be out of school. We are going to see the burden of this in the future. You can't catch up those lost days. They're not extending their calendars. The calendars are set at the beginning of the year. Disasters happen, but manufactured disasters are a completely different situation. We had, Jan Coppinger already spoke about it, but we have water districts who aren't able to supply an amount of water. What happens if there's a fire in those areas? And shutting down electricity almost puts us in more danger in certain situations, especially in an urban situation versus a rural situation, where now we have no capacity to fight those fires. I have one business owner who called me from the city of Clear Lake, saying that in the days that they were shut down, they lost out in $18,000 of revenue. Had 9 employees who were asked to not come to work since they were shut down, which is a total loss of 257 hours of wages just for one single business. And that is amplified by the large number of businesses that we have throughout our entire community. That is loss of business revenue, which means that they can't invest in their own business to continue upgrading, to become, continue being a prosperous or become a prosperous business in our community. Loss of employee wages, where they still have to pay rent, they still have to pay their bills, yet this is a loss to them. And of course, that results in loss of money spent in our communities, which results in our jurisdictions who are already strapped with money that now lose in our revenues to be able to serve our constituents in the way that they should deserve to be served. I am also concerned about what Supervisor Brown brought up, the air quality from generators. I know that we do have an inspection process, or at least a permit process for the large commercial ones, but nothing for the small ones. I am not going to blame anyone who wanted to continue to have hot water to be able to cook or take a shower or to enjoy at least some quality of life. But at the same time, long term, that has potentials to change our air quality status here, which we brag about on an annual basis when we see that we are still in the top 5 air quality of the nation. And including that gas. This is not just an individual issue. This is also for businesses as well as agencies. To pay somebody to sit for a couple of hours, and this happened to the same business I just was giving you numbers about, where their staff sat in line for 2.5 hours only to find out that now the gas station was empty. Not only was that a loss of time and wages that they had to pay out for doing absolutely nothing, but this is also a county-wide towing company, and people were having other issues of running out of gas, running around trying to find a gas station that had gas, and therefore they were unable to help and attend to those people. So I think that there is an absolute trickle-down effect of who gets hurt first and how it just trickles down to hurting everyone else underneath that. I did a quick math on our sales tax revenue between the county and the cities. I estimated about $18.2 million in sales tax annually. I divided that by 365 and multiplied it by 8 days of PSPS, which means in our community we may have lost close to $500,000 in jurisdictional revenue to be able to serve our communities, and every dollar counts. As far as we're concerned, especially as we try to come back and regain our improvement and regain our momentum to move forward after all of our disasters that we've had to deal with. I have more to say, but I think those are more specifically related to the letter that we will be writing, but I wanted to make sure to really show that this is affecting our elderly, this is affecting our youth, this is affecting our business community. We do not have large amounts of corporations in Lake County. We really have a backbone business community relying on our mom and pop shops, and they are absolutely feeling the burden of this. To ask us to buy generators, to ask us to continue as is by expending more money we don't have is too much to ask of any community, let alone our community.
Supervisor Shevin?
I just want to, address Mr. Costa. When this was started out from last year, obviously, we've been hit with everyone that has been started out. I know I personally have been requesting from PG&E that they make sure our senior centers here in the county are up and running, all of them, not just one of them. That needs to always be a focus. I do want to say they did hear that this time. They got the Middletown Senior Center up with the generator. Did take a couple of days, but it did show up. I want to thank Brian Martin and the rest of everybody else in the EOC for passing on that message. Once again, that was a communication thing, though. It just showed up out of the blue, and they started hooking it up. But we appreciate that, and the seniors do. Our medically fragile and our seniors are the ones we need to focus on. I liked what Chris Macedo said when he stood up here. You do have to be somewhat self-reliant in these, if you can be. But our seniors and our medically fragile folks, PG&E needs to step up and get that taken care of. Our senior centers need to be operational. The CRCs need to be available at all times, even in an evacuation warning area because the folks that are living there aren't leaving all the way. So the resource center needs to be there until the sheriff says, hey, it's dangerous, you need to leave. And so we've worked together on some of those things. The CRC is up in South County. We appreciate that today. I know it'll be closing, but we really need to focus on our seniors and our medically disabled. And we need to really work on that from PG&E's standpoint, stepping up to making sure that's taken care of. You can't expect the local governments, as Bruno said, we don't have the funds to do that. So we need your help through your organization to really reach out to us and figure that out before next year or the next one. One other thing, any generators or other things that have come into this county at this point, I would like to make the request that they stay pre-positioned until this year is over, because there's no guarantee that I've heard from PG&E that it isn't going to happen again this year. So I want to make sure that message gets back, that they leave all the pre-positioned generators that are here and any other requests that are made, that they stay here until this season is over. And then we work on permanent solutions for our elders, our disabled, and our critically fragile medical patients here in the county. That's all I have right now, and I know the community's going to say a bunch more. And then we'll talk about business later.
Okay. Councilmember Kramer.
Yes, I think the previous speakers have covered most of what I did want to cover, but I do want to reiterate a couple of things. First of all, your employees that are on site at our CRC at the senior center were great. They were very passionate and wanted to help as much as they possibly could. They obviously suffered from the same communication failures that we did. The blankets were appreciated. Unfortunately, most of them didn't arrive at our CRC until last night after the power was on, after the CRC was closed. So they really didn't, well, the few that we got did help our medically fragile that could get them, and folks that were kind of, it was 23 degrees at my house this morning. So those folks really needed those blankets, and they didn't get them, or a lot of them didn't. Last night, we had, in Clear Lake, we had 3 fires, 3 residential fires. I know at least one of those was the result of the startup of PG&E, of power. Afterwards, in this case, folks were not home when it came back. One of their stoves was on, started a fire, burned the house down. So those are things that we need to have better communications as to when power is going to come on specifically. We were looking at yesterday morning, it was going to be on maybe tomorrow or maybe tonight. And then as I sat in on the last conversation with PG&E, or with OEC, excuse me, and PG&E, and they said, well, now we think we're going to come on tonight. We got a call in while we're on that Clear Lake was back powered up. So obviously their information was not good. We need to be able to get that information out, not only when it's going to go out, but when it's going to come back ahead of time so people can prepare and make sure their homes are safe when it does go on. If I can't get any other message besides that back to you, that's what I will. Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall.
Just one last thing I think wanted to bring up to Mr. Costa was in regards to the resource centers. Clear Lake Oaks, the Moose Lodge, was prepared to provide a community resource center. They had a signed contract, and each time I went by to visit, they were there waiting, hoping that they can provide a resource center, community resource center, and it never happened. And so I just want to make sure that that's emphasized, because that would have helped that part of my district, and even part of Clear Lake as well. That would have been another spot for them to go to as well, in any case. So it would be nice if you can look into that, find out what went wrong. A signed contract means we're ready to go, so just wanted to highlight that.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I just want to add one more thing, and this one's going to be a very personal comment. This one is for Aaron Johnson, who is the head of the PG&E conferences. I get it that he's in San Francisco where the lights are on and he gets to take a warm shower every single day, but some of the attitude did not feel like that was the attitude that I wanted to hear when listening to the information provided to us. Sometimes there were jokes, not bad jokes, but we're not here to laugh. We're here to just tell us when the electricity is coming back on. There was some insensitive stuff said on the last call. which I know I jumped through the roof when I heard it, was not appropriate at all. And I think that it's that lighthearted commentary that does not fit the impact that we are feeling and receiving here, where I almost want to say, please next time have your EOC here in the place you're actually affecting so you know what it feels like. Because being in a place in San Francisco where you're completely safe while you're telling other people who are not safe and dealing with the circumstances you're creating is a completely disconnected situation that I would like to see reconnected. I also would appreciate if those phone calls would just be a direct PDF of information, because I find them a complete waste of time, where we listen to what PG&E has done, how much social media outreach, how much such and such, but every single one of them starts with, we're sorry, but we cannot give you that information right now. We will give you the information later. So what was the purpose of the call if you're not prepared to provide us with the information? For instance, on, was it yesterday morning when we were supposed to hear about the potential hours of when power was going to be put back on at 7:30, we were told. I apologize, but we don't have that for you. We will try to get that to you sooner than later. I get that, but what's the purpose of the calls at this point? I think we're wasting our time with the calls. Yes, it's good to have a personal phone call if there's a need for a personal phone call, but this seems like such a formality that is absolutely useless in my eyes versus just give us the information. I see about 5 minutes worth of good information compared to the hour.
Supervisor Brown.
So I want to hear what the public has to say, but I see the conversation going between the councils and the board, and I just want to weigh in on something. I'm thankful that we were able to all meet here, and the thing is, when we're dealing with an issue like this, as with the fires and everything, we're a small town, small community, but our issues aren't unique or exclusive to each other. They're exactly the same, as you can hear. We're all having the same thing. In fact, the cities we're all benefiting from each other, but when I listen to all the county staff issues, this is county staff that's also dealing with city stuff. So we are all in this together with this whole thing. And originally the meeting was going to be on Tuesday that we talked about, and when I talked to Carol, I suggested that we do a meeting here today, and we invite all the city council here, the city council, so we could have this, and I think this is going to be very helpful. But I also, I appreciate that you're the one that volunteered, but we had a meeting before that PG&E wasn't invited to it, and I insisted that we have somebody from PG&E here. Not that we beat up, but I want you to be able to hear exactly and look us in the eye of what it is, and hopefully you can take that back and relay to others that, it's not about you. It's not about, like Tina said, it's not about the PG&E workers that also live here, and their families are doing without as well, but it's about this anonymous, invisible force somewhere distant making all these decisions on us that I swear to God I'd like to throat punch them. So when we get done with this will hopefully be a literary or verbal throat punch, and you can take that back to them. We're talking about we need better planning for the next PSPS. Well, I'm not rolling over on that. I'm thinking this PSPS is BS, and we need to have it more identified to where, the areas that we're going to do, I get it. I'm glad that they shut off the power to the Rivieras. I'm glad they shut them off, because there are areas that are highly prone to some serious damage if we have some idiotic failure from some idiotic company that's ruled by some idiotic bureaucracy like CPUS, or CP, whatever the hell they are, CPUC. Yeah. So I get it, but Joanna, could you put up that slide, please, for me? I had a map done today, and I don't know if we need the lights out for this for just a second, but maybe it would be helpful. Oh, here we go.
You have some paper copies to share also?
I got this for you, your group down there. Pass this out here, and down to this group here. So, parts of Lake County, and this is what I'm saying, we need to have a better operational strategy where we don't just flip a switch and the entire county goes off when most of it really doesn't need it. So this map here, if you can see it on your paper copy, and there's paper copies available for the public as well, but these green areas are what are identified admittedly by a layman, but I've been around, I know what causes fires, and I know where fires are prone, and you know, I kind of know my way around this county. This is the Big Valley. This, unless you've seen a grape vineyard burn, or the city of Lakeport, where there's no wildland area in there, or the city of Clear Lake within the city boundaries, there are areas within our county that don't need to be shut off. A tree could very well fall over and knock the power line down. That's happened for years. We've had power shutoffs for years. In fact, Eddie and I were talking about this when we were kids. We called it not paying the bill. But the reality is that we can live through it if there are power outages in parts of the county. This represents almost half of our county. 25,400 people live in just those areas alone. That's not including parts of Hidden Valley, parts of some other areas, and I'm not going to get into areas of other districts too much because I'm sure Moak can weigh in on who he thinks should have power off and who not. I'm not going to weigh in on that. But some of these are fairly obvious. Figure out a way that we can keep these things going. The rest of us, it looked to me when I looked in here at all the people, the way you guys were dressed, that the folks in Clear Lake got their power up a little quicker and they were able to shower and do all that stuff. Obviously, Coal Creek Road was off till the wee hours of the morning. So, but I'm okay with that. Everybody up here, that I can see, we have means. We have the ability to get by. The people that we represent do not, however. They don't have that ability. They don't have. When I hear, some 80-year-old woman that I know that was actually in her car because it's keeping her warm, the sun through the windshield. Yeah, that's nonsense that's happening. And that's not an isolated incident. If we were able to keep those areas on, the rest of us can come to town and get gas. We can come to town and get groceries. The business community is largely in those corridors. They can stay open. We can still operate. Everybody can get gas. We wouldn't have these stupid gas lines. So that's what they need to do. When you're planning ahead for the next PSPS, let's not plan on blankets that, quite frankly, turn into 1,800 suppository possibilities, in my opinion, because they're absolutely no use to us. It's like you're giving me crutches, and I thank you, even though you're the one that broke my legs. So I'm not impressed by those blankets as much as some might be. So you can turn the lights back on while we still can. So, and also those areas can be identified as that's where our sewer plants are, that's where our water plants are, that's where the public health and fire safety that somebody mentioned earlier. That we're not able to put out a fire if there is one within here because we don't have any access to water, even though we've got the lake. Sending people down there, you're pumping out of the lake. That's not how. If you're in Somalia, yeah, we're all good. That's fine. But we're not. We're supposed to be a first world country here. That's where the hospitals are. That's where the schools are. People could be. We have county employees. I'm going to talk about that for a minute. Even though they represent a small percentage of the working population in the county, they are still able to work. But they're coming to work in the dark. They're going home in the dark. They've got kids that aren't in school that have to stay home that they have to care for. And what are they supposed to do? Let the kids be able to go to school. Let the schools operate. Let that kind of stuff, just like all these educational hours. I mean, if you're homeschooled, this is a great experience, like Little House on the Prairie, for crying out loud. So, but the gas stations, restaurants, hotels, if somebody's living out in the countryside and they need a place to stay, at least the hotels can be open. The casinos all have places to provide for that. And they have generators. I get that. They're able to provide for that. Shouldn't have to have those. Senior centers, campgrounds. People could hook up a trailer to a campground. So, if there's a fire, if there's a wildland fire that somebody caused or some disaster that some property owner caused, and the fire department comes out and they spend staff, helicopters and all that, that property owner gets a bill. So Brian's talking about, and Brad and Chief White is talking about, all the costs associated with this. I think they send them a bill. Send them a bill just like it was any other property owner and let them pay for it. Why wouldn't they? We've got all these generators, and that's not, we have a lot, there are literally thousands of generators out there, but still there's a lot of people that aren't able to use them. But we don't have enough electricians, so guess what? We've got a bunch of self-help YouTube viewers trying to rig up their own generators, and that creates a real safety. And I had put that down before you mentioned that, about the house fire. I'm surprised there's not more. I really am. The other problem that we have, this is a county that whether you're working for the county or you're unemployed or whatever, they live on the first of the month. So we talked about all the people being able to buy groceries. They bought all their groceries at the first of last month. They're gone. They're done. So they lose all that stuff, and now they're waiting until tomorrow to where they can afford to buy more, not knowing full well whether or not that freezer full of meat that's supposed to get their family through the next month will be ruined again. We do, the county code enforcement, we have an abatement process. The cities have it as well. And we've seen it over and over again, the example of, some kid inherited his parents' property in Lake County, and they come up there, it's a nice place. They come up there and start building decks on it, they start rewiring, and they're tweakers, and they're doing all this weird stuff. That's what PG&E's done. They've inherited a system that was good at one point. They've tweaked around, they've done all this stuff, they haven't taken care of it, and they need to be abated. And we need to work on a process where we can abate them and send them the bill, just like we would for anybody else out in the Rivieras or anywhere that's not taking care of their property and they're putting their neighbors at risk. And that's what we need to do. We got 25,000 people that could still have had power through this entire thing, that could have accommodated the other 40,000, yet that's not allowed because it's easier just to flip a switch off, shut the entire county out, and then you let them worry about it. So those are just some starting points that I have, but I don't think we should plan on having the PSPS being the way we operate. I think they need to figure it out how as many people as possible can continue with power, and we'll assume the risk. If a tree falls in front of my house and it starts a grass fire, I'll put it out, or I'll do whatever. I'll assume that. Out in some of the areas, again, like around Canocti and that, I get that. But in some of these, most of these areas, in the towns and everything, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Thank you.
If it's okay, before I go to public comment, I want to I've been asked to take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back. You can watch your space in line. Well, let me bring this decision up. It was requested because we've missed out on so much of our community. At 12:30, there's a parade here in downtown Lakeport with all our elementary children and our high school band. And it's been requested that we take a break at 12:30 to be able to all go down and enjoy our community, cheer the kids on, and then come back here at 1, if that's okay with my council and my supervisor.
As long as we can make it back to Clear Lake by 3.
Okay, so I will take public comment till 12:30, a little before 12:30, and then we'll break, if that's okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start a public comment. We're going to limit you to 3 minutes. If you could first state your name for the record.
Amini Albany. My name is Sally Peterson. I'm the Tribal Council Vice Chairwoman for Middletown Rancheria, a tribal nation located the southern end of Lake County. I also serve the Middletown community as the chairwoman for Middletown Area Town Hall. We did not have a meeting this month due to the power outage, but I am going to speak a little bit about the community itself and the impacts there as well on behalf of MATH. One thing that I'd like to start out is for the southern end of the county, we've had impacts starting as early as November in 2018. Our community was without power for 2 days. We kind of had a dry run at that time. We figured out that there's some areas that need generators for our sewer system, for water flow, things like that. So we were able to mitigate and be better prepared for our residents on our tribal lands. However, the impact is widespread because even though everybody says, oh, the casino's open, we're fine, but we had impacts to our casino as well. I'm sure we're going to get a huge, huge bill, tens of thousands of dollars in fuel costs to run the generators as long as we had to run them. Our staff, we had issues with employees being able to come to work. Some employees did not have gas. They did not have money to get gas because all the ATMs were down. The gas stations were running out of gas. So we were short-staffed to serve basically the only business that could operate on our end of the county. So it was very, very impactful to our business as well. We also own and operate, our tribe owns and operates the Mount St. Helena Brewing Company in downtown Middletown. I'm sure everybody is aware that our little downtown is diminishing. It's been diminishing since the Valley Fire. There are a lot of empty buildings still. We are a very distressed community, and our businesses are very distressed. There's a lot of mom and pop businesses, as was said before, but our community is really, it's like what was said, we're already knocked down. You know, we keep trying to get up, but we keep getting knocked down again. My fear is that some businesses will not recover. Our tribe, we have been running our business. We are running it at a loss because of all the distressed, the economics of our community. But we are determined to keep it open because it's one of the few places that we can offer a food venue for our community to go and have a nice outing and, you know, have somewhere to go to eat. That was part of the issues that we had at the casino. We were literally the only place to go out and eat. So we were running out of food. We literally ran out of food last night. We were trying to feed the firefighters that came to our meeting, and we ran out of food. Oh, well.
If you could just wrap it up quickly.
Okay, I'm sorry. But I wanted to speak to, I was on the calls three times a day. I was on the calls trying to get the information. I was disappointed that the CRC, the only CRC we had in the Southern Lake County, that we got open, and we got that contract turned around in less than 24 hours, which is unprecedented for us because we had to do legal review and all that stuff. Anyway, we got the CRC going, and then they shut it down and didn't tell us why or anything. I inquired on the phone. I was told that I was going to get a call back, never got a call back. You know, so, and then we raised hell, basically, and got it back up again. But the crisis was almost over by then. Okay. So it looked more like a staging area than a real CRC. And so we were giving up the space in our parking lot, and for them to store stuff and equipment. So that was very disappointing. The information that we were relying on to get off of those conference calls was to report back to our constituents, because we have members, tribal members in Lake County, Napa County.
Wrap it up because there's
Okay.
a lot of people behind you.
We were not getting the accurate information to relay to our constituents, which is the same problem that you had, that you were not getting the information. The information we were getting was not accurate. And so PG&E has to do better. They're a huge corporation. Their leadership gets paid a hell of a lot more than I do and have to deal with this, and you guys have got to do better.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said, but wonderful work, government. Thank you. Our local and city governments were wonderful. I am a little disturbed about what I've heard about the calls and PG&E, because that was my issue, was attitude of what was going on, and I think we need more accountability. I'm a little disturbed that, well, thank you so much for coming, and, you know, with all respect about that. But to call yourself a volunteer, I mean, I didn't want a volunteer here today. I wanted somebody from PG&E who was going to tell me what it is that needs to be fixed. I mean, why? Why don't we know? It shouldn't be a mystery. And we can probably fix it ourselves, so please, just tell us what it is. We have some talented people, but we shouldn't have to suffer because it's a mystery. And again, I do note that I do know a lot of PG&E people, but they're contractors. They're not necessarily with PG&E. But I'm disturbed about the calls and what Bruno talked about. I just think that PG&E should have sent somebody, and that person, which I'm not trying to insult you, but that person should have known better than to identify himself as a volunteer, because we want answers. And so I'm a local lawyer, and one of my colleagues, Angela Carter, actually did make a very important point, and she made it on the internet. But internet was not available to the majority of people, because even though, like, I went to the wonderful Canocte Vista, who provided a center, but we didn't have access to the internet. So I didn't have news. Nobody had news, which all the prior fires, we actually depended on Facebook, because people would actually literally sit there and post onto it. And I don't want to take up too much more time, but I think that's really, really disturbing that you guys are not taking it seriously. And we pay for your asset, PG&E. We fund that. And then one of the things that Angela Carter did say that because our Superior Court along with our government, still kept going. And one thing that she did mention that is important is that when poor people can't get to court, and especially if they're charged with felonies, that's another felony. And so that was an issue that was highly, suggested as a lawyer that I thought I'd share. But I really think it's attitude, and we deserve more. And we would like to know what it is that we need to fix, or that you need to fix, so that we can have it done. And I think you should report to us about what it is. But I don't think we should have a hand, just taking notes. I think we should have had answers.
Thank you. So to keep time, if we could keep the clapping down to a minimum, maybe just raise your hand if you agree with the person so we can keep going. So, oh, Denise?
Or just one finger at a time.
Let's not do that.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Sabatier had reminded me of something that I had not mentioned before, so thank you, public, for giving me just a minute. The environmental health concerns from the health department with all of these shutdowns are really great. This will be the third time this month that the handful of inspectors, about 3, have to go out and re-inspect every single one of these food facilities in our community. The potential for foodborne outbreaks and waterborne outbreaks run high at any one power outage shutdown, but when we have this many back to back to back, we are highly increasing our public health risks within our community based upon the power shutdowns. We have to inspect over 350 facilities, and this will be the third time we've had to do it this month. So,
And how many staff members do you have to be able to do that?
if everyone is staffed, we have 4. But everything else has to stop because this is the priority of getting our community back up and running. You know, they can't open unless they have a clear from us, and that's a regulation. So while we're working with them throughout the shutdown every single day, they are, working with all these facilities. It still they have to be cleared. And that's, like I said, 3 times in 1 month that we've had to do this now. And it has an impact on our consumers because they have to throw all this food away. There are very strict health regulations about the temperatures of food. And this will now be the 3rd time that they didn't have the proper generation and they didn't have the proper documentation to show that the food was stored consistently through those power outages. They will have to throw all that food away and do it again. So just wanted to bring that to PG&E's attention and the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Allison Pinella, and I wear a couple of different hats, but today I'm here because I want to talk to you from the lens of a parent, a school board member, as well as a local business owner. So I have a huge concern with the loss of education that our children are losing. So they're not just losing these last 5 days, and that's just in 1 month. Over the last 4 years, every child going to public school has lost over 5 days of missed school that they will not recuperate. If we stay at this rate, by the time our kindergartners graduate from high school, they will have lost half a year of school. That is absolutely unacceptable to me. What are we saying to our students in Lake County? We're already the poorest county in the state. The average household income is $45,000 a year. 1 in every 3 children live under the federal poverty line, which means they make less than $25,000 a year. These kids have to stay home when their parents are at work, without power, without oftentimes running water. If they live on the well, they've lost to food, nutrition, and education. This is unacceptable, and it really infuriates me for our youth. I have 3 young children. I don't want to see this for them. Also, as a local business owner, I have to say that it's put on a financial hardship to my husband and I. We own and operate Stokes Ladders and our local farmers. We feel compelled to support our employees and to not let them miss work, so we were fortunate enough financially to purchase a generator for one of our most hard-pressed employees. Every one of our employees has lost food out of their fridge, which costs money, and if a community member is making $25,000 a year annually, how are they expected to feed and support their family when they can't purchase a generator and they've lost all their food? how is that not going to affect their mental health? How is that not going to affect their economic status? And how is this not affecting their educational attainment? My husband is a former Marine, or once a Marine, always a Marine, and we use this acronym at home. It's the 6 Ps. Proper planning prevents piss poor for performance. And I think all of the county agencies and families and business owners have done their best to plan, but if we don't know what to plan for, how are we supposed to properly plan? That's all.
And I think I'd like to add on part of that. I think we need to be aware that we have many children that go to school and that's their only source of food. We have kids showing up to school on Monday morning excited to have that hot breakfast. And if school's not open, they're not being fed.
Agreed. Thank you.
I'd like to add something to the loss of school. I'm also a 7th grade English and history teacher. And I know that for the first 2 weeks of the school year, it was just spending time getting the kids into a routine. Getting the kid into the routine. I wasn't really doing anything on coursework yet. I was just getting them to come in, sit down, get out their notebook, write something. And I spent 2 weeks doing that. And I was told after every time I have about a week-long break, Thanksgiving, Christmas, spring break, I'm going to have to spend another week to a week and a half retraining them on coming in, sitting down. So on top of the days they're missing, you can tack another week on top of it to me having to retrain them to come in, sit down, take out your notebook, take out your pen, and not being able to hit that coursework again. So that's just something else as you're thinking about days off of school. It rolls into once we're back into school. So I just wanted to throw that in there while I was thinking of it.
Hi, I'm Yolanda Chavez. So thank you all for doing all the work that you do for us. And to PG&E, almost 5 days without electricity. We pay our bills for decades. And for decades, you deferred maintenance and put the public at risk. You just heard about all of these things. No showers, unable to cook any kind of healthy food. Schools, are out. You just heard about all of that. I threw out food, as did many other people in this county. And once again, folks who are already struggling have lost wages. We need to see a light at the end of the tunnel. PG&E needs to stop paying out dividends and use that money to begin our electric underground construction. These shutdowns must end, and PG&E must pay. They created this disaster. After decades of deferred maintenance, PG&E needs to be monitored. The California Public Utilities Commission are political friends appointed by the governor. They're not there because of their knowledge that they have. We need more civilian representation from different districts to sit on the CPUC, voted in by their constituents, so our communities will be represented instead of Wall Street. This way, you hear different perspectives from different districts as to their needs. No political yes people who only care about Wall Street. We ask the harder questions because we are the ones that are ending up paying as you increase your power bills to us. We need real solutions to stop the shutdowns. Governor Newsom, you gave $6 billion to bail out PG&E. That was our tax dollars. PG&E, what the heck are you doing with that money? We need a real solution. Start the electric underground construction and stop this BS with all the shutdowns, putting the public at risk.
Hi, I'm Vivian from Clear Lake Oaks, and this is my opinion about PG&E. PG&E is the criminal. They have caused this shut-off from their neglectful lack of maintenance of our community's electrical wires throughout California. This is a crime. If you or I started a fire and lives were lost or property was destroyed, that is a crime. PG&E knowingly knew that eventually they would get caught doing this crime of decades of negligence resulting in our shutoffs. As usual, the perpetrator, PG&E, wants to blame all of us, the victims. Why do I have to lose my rights getting electricity? PG&E has caused our community unexcusable amount of stress from the lack of accurate communication to the public. PG&E subjected us to the loss of income, food spoilage, thieves stealing increased, stores were closed and may permanently close, and freezing temps were awful, may have caused hyperthermia. PG&E's sentence for causing the disaster are no more rewards of monies to their CEOs. PG&E must start putting wires underground and do it within 5 years or sooner. We must stop being the victims of their crimes and find a better solution and alternatives other than PG&E. This is not the norm for our community. Do not make us the victims of their crimes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Costin, very close to his, but Kosten. And I see a lot of faces that were here at the meeting last night. And if you happen to see me and my stepmother sitting up front, she might look like a 90-year-old old woman, but she's so much more than that, and she's freezing. She's at my house, and she's my responsibility. And some of you have changed, but I was in the Valley Fire, and when I say I, and when I say her, I mean so many people in this county. I don't mean just us. She's in my care. She is one of the teeth chatterers, falling asleep on the toilet all of a sudden, during this freeze. I'm providing when I can, but like so many others, victims of the Valley Fire, where we lost everything, and family members in way of pets, being underinsured, not being able to recover, not being able to leave the state because my husband works for the post office. But when Dan Ashley interviewed me last night, I just had to tell him how it was. We are all this, whatever you call the shutout, this P whatever. Only thing in this county that starts with a P is PTSD. And we exist with it still. And I can't imagine what those kids are going through trying to learn through this. Just having the lights off and the generators on and not knowing if they can do this or that. Those that have been here during the fire, whether they lost or not, they've got to feel like it's going to happen again and again. When Dan Ashley asked me if I still wanted to live here, I said, no, I bought a house in Nevada. So anyway, but I can't go there because my husband's here. So anyway, I need PG&E to tell me really fast when it's going to happen so I can drive my 92-year-old stepmother, who weighs a lot less than 92 pounds, over to Nevada. I need to know what the effort's worth because I don't have the money for gas. When I say me, I mean all of us. I don't mean me. It's just a different story for everybody. And why does she matter? And why should she matter? Every one of us, she is one of the greater generations. She, as a kid, worked in the fields for the war effort. She was an RN, emergency RN, in all, from here to Nevada, in all kinds of situations, saving lives. She saved so many lives, so her lives is so important to me right now. And I mean that about other elderly. I heard something really silly on the news about the other day. Oh, now they'll do something because before it was just rural. Oh, and lives are lost. I just can't stand it. Anyway, I'm just saying, we are very vulnerable up here. They've told you about the Valley Fire, and I know that wasn't your fault, but our nerves can't take it.
Thank you.
Lance Williams, just really briefly, everything that's been said, I completely agree with it from the public. My son I'd like to keep in school, but I'll just switch right to it. I have the last property burned in the Valley Fire, and the PG&E has not had any access really to my property. They have my phone number, but for 10 years roughly, they are always waiting at the bottom of my gate. PG&E cannot keep their act together to even keep my phone number. And now, so my property has the high tension lines, and then my property gives access to 12 high tension lines. I just walked the high tension lines with a contractor on the 2nd of October. The good news is that they're using LiDAR, and so they can see if the trees are really there. So I learned that one of my trees was close, and they're going to cut it. The bad news is that because my property burned in the Valley Fire, one of those high tension lines definitely got heated up. And the guy, I've seen about 6 people this year from PG&E there, he's like, oh wow, you have those antique insulators. So we have high tension lines here that have been burned, so the metal is definitely fatigued. And then we have antique insulators, and then we have the jumper cables. And we have to all remember that Paradise burned because of the same towers. It looks like Kincaid, same towers. These things aren't being maintained. They've been maintaining the road, but that's about it. So I just want to let you know before my property sets off the next fire that they're not taking care of what they're supposed to. I was really shocked. I said, they told me they replaced those insulators. He said, nope, look at the color. So we have a lot of problems besides the ones we're in. The fact is that there is no head to this snake, and you can't make any phone calls to find anyone to talk to. Why, for 10 years, that I've looked at about 50 different PG&E contractors and PG&E employees that really, I said, why don't you call me? Because they can't keep my phone number. So as far as I'm concerned, I think PG&E needs to be dissolved, and I want to know what I can do because they have an easement on my property, and they've set up pretty much a torch on my property that I can do nothing about. They could go off at any time. So that's it. I just want to let you know it's not safe, and there's nothing I can do about it as a citizen except say, I hope this gets dealt with soon. Thank you.
Gwyneth Jones, Lakeport outside the city limits. Number one for the sheriff. LakeCoSheriff.com is your website for those of us who don't have Facebook.
LakeSheriff.com.
Okay. Next, AT&T needs to not abandon their hardwire phone lines. I had phone service because I have a hardwire AT&T line. I do not have voice over internet provider. And number 3, if you're not connected to Facebook or can't get on your device, you receive no information. And I really resent the I'm very sorry from the robocall. They can just get rid of the I'm very sorry. You're not sorry. You're only interested in your profits. You're taking the money from this community and moving it up to Wall Street with the 1%.
Jessica Paisko with the Cauberry Council. We started the Cauberry Council after the Valley Fire, and we've been working the last 3.5 years on community resiliency and preparedness. We just had our resilient event a couple weeks ago to report on how we've been preparing for disasters just like this, natural and man-made. We have been in an evacuation advisory, and we have almost no cell service. So on top of going after PG&E, I want you to demand that the PUC demand that all the cell services providers have backup power on their servers, on their towers. It's essential. We can't be in an evacuation area without connectivity.
Thank you.
My name's Michael Chandler. I'm a local business owner in Clear Lake Oaks, a photography business, and unfortunately I rely on electricity to do all my work. 5 days without electricity equates to 15 days of me not working. I can't edit the photos I shot before. I can't plan for things ahead. Between myself and my satellite office, I lost out on $10,000 worth of business this week. My elderly neighbors that I volunteer to take care of that live across the street, their oxygen generator died. They fell down outside in the middle of the night trying to come get me for help because they couldn't call 911. Both neighbors, 75 years old and 85 years old, fell down in the dark. I woke up to help on my window at 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been reporting poles in my neighborhood to PG&E for 6 years. I have photos where I have my hand this far in the pole, and PG&E says the poles are fine, but when the third-party inspectors come out and look at them, they're just in absolute shock that these poles are leaning 10 degrees or more and how big these cracks are. And all I see on the poles are
right, we're back from our break, and we're going to go back to public comment. Again, if you could state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
I have 3 issues. One of them briefly is the customer service center that is over, I guess it's Canocti Vista. I went over there the other day, a couple days ago. It was incredibly crowded. It was hard to find a seat. The internet was not working for most people because it only had access for 60 connections, and there were way more people than that trying to get on. I brought it up with somebody who would bring it up in the call, and they were told that only one person, according to their records, PG&E said only one person, according to their records, had signed in during the last 3 days at that location. So Supervisor Scott was also there at the same time, and she had found out that they were not having people sign in, which is probably correct. You shouldn't probably do that. But they were keeping a tally, but that tally was not getting reported back to you guys. So you worked really hard to get us from 1 CCS to 3 CCSs, and to be told that they're not being utilized when they are is wrong. So, the next thing I was meeting, just for some reason, somewhere when the SEIU representative was there, and we were talking, this is before the shutdown, that maybe we have like something like 1,700 IHSS workers here in the county, that maybe they could be carrying information into the homes of the people that they're taking care of, and maybe carrying your form in where those people can sign up if they're eligible for the medical, whatever that is, the medical, special medical treatment.
Good suggestion.
The biggest issue I have is solar, and we haven't really talked about it at all. I understand that you did talk about it the other day, but I haven't been able to watch because, no connection. I am getting solar put on my house. I bought a house with solar. I had no idea that when PG&E would go down, my own solar that I own would not be accessible to me, and that I couldn't use it at all. I was outraged by that. So now we're getting a battery. By the way, final sign-off inspection is tomorrow, so that was poor timing on our part, I guess. But I think we could just be doing so much more in terms of making sure that we have solar wherever we possibly can. There's 5 million homes in California that have solar. I don't know how, probably not very many have batteries. I don't know how many in Lake County, but we could be doing a whole lot more in terms of making people be independent of PG&E, not having to use generators, so not hurting our environment. All our schools, I think, have solar. So if we were to buy batteries for our schools, batteries are not very expensive. They're $7,000 to $10,000, something like that. We could start maybe getting our schools back online. And one of the other things we could do maybe is to make the rebates a lot easier. The rebate, trying to get a rebate, which we're entitled to, something we have to bring up with the state. It's a really complicated process, and we run out of money. But if we could put more money in that, more people could get rebates, you can get batteries almost for free. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Lincoln, Executive Director, County of Lake Hospice Services of Lake County. And I am here today because I've heard a little bit about the medically fragile populations we serve. I just want to go on record that at hospice, we don't pick our patients pick us. They're of all ages, whether it's discharge to hospice out of Oakland Children's Hospital or discharge out of Sutter Lakeside Hospital. So I want to share with you what we're facing with our hospice patients who elect to be at home for the last 6 months of their life. Some of them can graduate and actually live 12 months. They'll graduate again. So oftentimes we provide those services that are really, really make it comfortable for people to have a blessed death and a blessed passing. But what I'd like to share with you is what we're encountering now. We're encountering patients who are in the dark at 32 degrees in their home, who are going out and sitting in their cars to get warm. We're bringing them blankets. They also are co-sleeping with 3-dog night, 2-dog night, 1 dog, cats, kittens. We've heard all kinds of stories where people are bringing their pets in to keep them warm. Can you believe that in this day and age? So part of my outrage is I'm not upset at the individual PG&E employees From my personal note, I have 5 family members who have retired from PG&E. It's a wonderful employer. However, I see the consequences that's happening to our poor patients in their homes that want to be there for their last 6 months. The DME, big oxygen tanks, extra oxygen tanks, the little ones, the huge ones, the oxygen concentrators, the nebulizers, we're providing all of that. Our DME providers are running out of gas. Sometimes they can't make it to the home when the oxygen tank is running low. So we send staff out, we do what we can. The medications are only available when the pharmacies are open. We can't dispense. Medications are picked up by family members because that's our waiver for opioids is only extended so far. We do not take or carry opiates on any of our vehicles. So the patient has to be able, or their family member, to travel to the closest pharmacy to pick up their opioids, whatever they are. Maybe it's methadone, maybe it's morphine, maybe it's something else. It varies for every single patient. So again, I'm just want to share with you that it's the DME, it's the oxygen. When you have oxygen, you cannot have a fire in the fireplace. You can't smoke, you can't have any heat around that. So safety first. So we're hoping that there isn't another power outage. Our nursing staff and our staff, we're working in the dark and they're at home in the dark, and they come to work every morning and hit the bricks to get out there to visit patients in their home. So this is really causing a great distress. We've transferred 2 patients out of county, and we're not admitting patients from other counties. We're getting calls from Sonoma County, Hospice of the Bay, to accept their patients, and we're not in a position to do that now. So please think about those medically fragile adults that really want to die in their home. They don't want to be transferred to a skilled nursing facility. What would you want for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up and state your name. 3 minutes.
My name is Anna Ravenwood. I live in Kelseyville. I support the statement from Senator McGuire's office regarding the ultimate breakup of PG&E. I support Bruno's statement regarding his conversations with PG&E corporate managers and their attitude of arrogance. I've experienced it myself. I support the wording and sentiments expressed in Sheriff Brian Martin's recently published declaration of emergency for Lake County. At this point, it seems that we can take 2 different tracks in addressing PSPS. Number 1, PG&E and their ratepayers can fund infrastructure modernization, which would be undergrounding lines and segmenting their grid system. Or, number 2, we can break up PG&E and use the liquidation of their assets to fund individual, residential, and commercial solar systems with safe battery backups. Between the above 2 scenarios, I support a PG&E breakup authorized by the California Public Utilities Commission. Our ratepayer relationship is no longer working. Such a breakup has the following advantages. Number 1, with PG&E out of existence, you would no longer support the fossil fuel industry. Number 2, each home and business within PG&E's current jurisdiction would obtain a solar system. Number 3, we can finally be independent of gross corporate mismanagement, which is destroying properties and taking lives. PG&E has not listened to ratepayers and regulators. So I hope you hear me now that with all due respect, I would like to put you out of business. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment on this item? You'll have time again on the next item, 4.3. Seeing none, is there any more comments from the board before we move on to the next item?
Madam Chair, there's a couple of notes on this item, if we could just finish up.
Carol?
Could the PG&E rep, Mr. Costa, could you explain the application process PG&E has for those that need reimbursement for food loss?
Yes.
Make sure you're in front of the microphone.
Yeah, on our website, pgne.com, you can go there to file a claim, and that claim would then go to our unit to review and then respond back. And as you may have read, we are providing a bill credit of $100 on their next bill for homeowners and $250 for small businesses, which would be a credit on the next PG&E bill. But to answer your question, on pgne.com, there is a component of the site to file a claim.
Can you describe exactly where on the website, since it's kind of obscure, where to find that form?
Great question. It is on our front page.
Is it?
Yes. I would check right now.
Let's do it right now.
Please.
Let's do it. You can do it up there, can't you?
Well, and sir, are you required to submit receipts for your lost groceries? Because typically, receipts for groceries aren't something people hang on to. So when I looked at it, it looked like it required receipts to prove it. Do you know?
I don't know offhand, but I can check into that for you. My assumption is on claims, you would have to provide some record of those. And to your point, though, grocery receipts may be different. So I can request or ask that question.
So what's the website?
And it's
So the website's pgnesupport.zendesk.com, and there's a page there. It says how to file a claim with PG&E residential customer. And we talked to PG&E on one of the conference calls, and we asked about the safety net program and filing a claim. And they explained to us that those credits were not going to apply. Later in the news conference, PG&E did say they were going to make a credit, but it was for the October 9th shutoff, not for the current one, where the website says that if you're out of power for at least 48 hours because of severe weather storm conditions, you may qualify for an automatic repayment. I don't know why this event wouldn't qualify for that, but basically it sounded like it was up to PG&E to decide whether it qualified or not. And so then the second part of it is you can also file a claim for property damage, personal injury, lost wages, miscellaneous losses, and food spoilage. But it seemed to fall under the same category of that probably wouldn't qualify for this event.
So that's a great question. So the position is that under a PSPS event, we wouldn't have claims, or we wouldn't pay claims. It doesn't mean you can't file a claim.
Oh.
Right, but is that,
I'm just-
we do not want our citizens to
I'm
take the
sorry.
time and effort to fill out all of these claim forms just to expect nothing in return. Not to mention the fact that, aren't we having a PSPS because we have a severe storm event happening? If the winds are that high, the heat and fire were that much in jeopardy, then that would be considered a severe storm event in my mind.
Okay.
So what you're saying is we can file complaints, but they're saying that they're not going to be paying them.
No, so what we've stated as far as PSPS, so there are claim avenues for customers. So during storm events or other types of events, you can file a claim. It's been the direction of our company that under PSPS, that isn't something that we would typically do. It doesn't mean you can't file a claim, and that claim process goes through our company.
Okay, can I just?
And I understand that.
Because I know I've already seen rejection letters from our small business owners here in Lakeport that have filed a claim, and they've already received letters back that saying that they will not be paying on their claims for the PSPS.
And I'm not part of that process, but, like I mentioned, the position has been, under a PSPS, we wouldn't go through the claims process. However, we are encouraging our customers that there is a claims process. If you go to the claims process and file it, it's got to go through the investigative unit, and someone has to look into it. So,
Supervisor Brown?
yes, sir.
So, I promised myself, and I promise you, I'm not beating up on you, but when you
understand.
say something like, you can make the claim, but we're probably not gonna pay it, You know,
That's insulting.
Yeah, it is. And you're probably correct in that that's what their direction is. And then, you know, what Tina said, I've seen those too, the rejection letters. Can you name one person who was actually accepted, that actually, can we name anybody that said, they said, yeah, your situation is different?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Why even go through this exercise of insulting? That's exactly what, it is an insult to say, you can file all the claims you want. You know, it's like saying, well, you can sue whoever you want, but you're not gonna get paid. You know, it's like, that's a ridiculous notion. I'd feel better if you just say, we're not doing it. Don't even bother. Because then we'll go around, you know, we'll figure out some other thing. We'll include that in our attempt to get CPUC to even know where Lake County is. So I'd rather you just told us that, so.
Councilmember Harris?
Mr. Costa, just out of curiosity, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to even look into this, but how common is it for a utility company in the United States or in other developed countries to find themselves in the same position that PG&E finds themselves in today with the multiple PSPS in a certain particular area as a result of natural weather occurrences?
So just make sure I understand your question. So other utilities in the nation?
Yeah, I mean, just because before this all took place, I've never heard of this before. So I'm just wanting to get an understanding as to, is this a common situation in other locations, or is this pretty much something that's common just here now?
So it is industry practice and has been done so in Southern California. Their footprint is slightly smaller than ours. So our area of impact is larger. And, you know, to the point as far as paying out claims as it relates to PSPS, like I indicated, it wasn't an industry practice. It doesn't mean you can't file a claim and go through that process.
Okay. So it seems to me that the verbiage that's provided, she just read regarding the 48 hours due to a weather event, that would fall right into what we're dealing with here. I mean, you would not be turning off the power if it wasn't for the weather event. So it directly relates to a weather event. So it would seem kind of strange to me that this wouldn't qualify under your reimbursement program because of the description that your own company gives as a reason for the power outage. And it's just, listening this whole day has been super frustrating just to see that it feels like there's a lot of chasing around the question, and it's not your fault. Obviously, you're not provided the information either, but it sounds to me like it's really difficult for there to be a constant stream of reliable information. I mean, even to the point of asking about things that are provided for our community as far as resources. It may or may not benefit you, may or may not go on and off, may or may not, and it's just very frustrating to hear that, especially because you have such a large-scale company. I mean, PG&E is a pretty substantial company, pretty substantial utility company, and it just strikes me personally that a company that has had an ongoing sustainable profit margin and a lot of bonuses paid out over the years to the leadership of the company has allowed it to fall into such a disarray that now we're equivalated to a third world country as far as our ability to provide power to our communities. And it's not us. It's extraordinarily frustrating. Again, like I said to you in break, nobody's here to shoot the messenger, but it's my personal opinion that where we are now with PG&E is almost unsustainable. I don't see it being salvageable. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Mayor Barnes?
Did you have something pressing, Sheriff?
I want to talk about the customer credit that you mentioned.
Yes,
Correct me if I'm wrong. The customer credit for the $100 to individuals or $250 to businesses is only for customers that were impacted by the October 9th event. What that means for Lake County is the October 9th event impacted a relatively small portion of our county. Is that customer credit going to be extended to customers who were impacted by this 5-day shutoff?
Mr. Sheriff, actually, the October 9th was everybody. It was the October 23rd that was a really small group.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just Middletown,
Yeah,
South County,
just South
1,800 customers that night.
So it was everybody in the county.
Okay.
To answer your question, that credit is applied to the October 9th event.
Okay.
Are they looking to maybe do a credit for this last event that we've had?
I haven't heard if that's the case.
And if I may add, I know from reading articles on why this credit is coming, it was due to the website being down and access to customers for
Right.
information
That's
not
right.
being available.
So it wasn't the,
So it wasn't because of the PSPS, it was because of the lack of information to the actual clients of PG&E.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right.
Mayor Barnes?
That was pretty close to covering what I was going to ask. Now, didn't the website just go down again? Didn't we have that same incident just happen this last round with the PSPS?
The website was not impacted this last
Okay.
PSPS.
So I just wanted to ask for clarification. You had said earlier that a $100 credit would be given to homeowners and a $250 credit would be given to businesses for the October 9th. Now, defining homeowners, are you talking more account owners, or is this the actual physical owner of the property? Because a lot of our people rent, so they don't actually own their homes. Is their landlord going to get a credit, or are they going to get a credit?
Typically, the credit is given to the property owner on record or the meter owner. So if it's a rental, typically a rental is under the rental's name. Sometimes it's under the property owner's name. So typically, that's how it's done. What I'll do is I'll take that back for.
To the meters, probably who the meter's on, right?
Whoever's
The
paying.
credit's going to the bill. It's
To the
not going-
bill.
They're
Oh,
going
to
to
the
check for $100, yeah.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to,
Yeah. it's a
got to
great
ask
question.
those questions right now.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Anything further from the board? Hold on one second, because we've already had public comment. I'll open it back up, but hold on. I want to make sure everybody from the council or supervisors had their.
I don't know if I, the appropriate time right now, but I do have a bunch of things to say
Okay.
here.
Make sure the microphone's close to you so they can hear you.
Is it on or off? It's on.
You gotta wait.
Several things. I agree with another comment earlier about how the president and people that give the press conference from PG&E, it seems to be a little bit disingenuous to come in, the president from PG&E to wear a safety vest in the middle of San Francisco in their private office, number one. Secondly.
Should be bulletproof.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I did a little bit of checking during this PSPS. Both SMUD, Roseville Electric, and Turlock Irrigation District, who provides electricity, did not have any shutdowns whatsoever. The Turlock Irrigation District is in the foothills, and they have their own power supply, so they were impacted by PG&E. So again, that shows that PG&E is not taking care of things. No. The economic loss is tremendous. First of all, for PG&E. Right now, they have so far settled $12 billion in lawsuits, and that doesn't count any of the private lawsuits that are still going on. At what point in time will PG&E realize that they have to harden their power lines, either underground it or do something else with it? PG&E has 125,000 miles of power lines. According to your records, it takes about $2 million to underground it. So that's $250 billion. How many losses will PG&E incur before they start realizing that maybe it's better to underground and harden those things? When does PG&E going to realize that? We have, I mean, the losses right now is just, we hear the losses from kids not going to school. That has some economic loss down the line. And and the businesses, right now the county says 500,000, that's just the county. How about the hospitals? How about all these other businesses in town? These economic losses are mounting up, and this county is sick and tired of having to deal with PG&E and their inaptitude of dealing with providing electrical power. Thank you.
Anything further before Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to re-highlight, I know it's been brought up, but I think it's an important one because we start relying more and more on the internet for communication. I appreciate the videos that Sheriff Martin put up, but I could not watch a single one of them, as I could not stream a video because I believe that due to the power outage that the Verizon towers that my cell phone uses, since that's my provider, did not give me the same capacity level of broadband as I would receive if it was powered in the traditional sense. And I think that all of the information about the fire was coming in through the internet, unless you had television, and you can watch it through the news. And so, to me, our conversation is only exacerbated by the fact that we have a fire potentially endangering our communities, and we can't even really truly communicate in the traditional sense of communicating. I know that we have enhanced our communication, for instance, some of the sirens that have been set up in District 1, which is really good, but not everybody has moved forward in that kind of communication in case there is a danger. Granted, look outside, see if you're in danger, do something, but at the same time, more and more we are relying on that level of communication coming from OES, coming from county officials, and that makes it that much more difficult and more concerning to me that we're relying so heavily on it, and here we are losing that ability to truly get the information in a timely fashion, even though we are posting that information in a timely fashion. It's about receiving it. And so I really want to highlight the issue, and I believe that, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Sheriff Martin, that you do have some updates on communication towers potentially having greater capacity during a shutdown, but I know that's one of those things that worries me the most is that lack of that continuity of communication.
Put me on the spot.
I did.
Yeah.
So we did have a generator installed on the Siegler repeater site. That's a county-owned site on on the Siegler, on Hunter repeater. That allowed us to have communications. There was an issue with the Siegler repeater site. My understanding, we thought at first the generator had run out of gas because the repeaters stopped working up there. It was apparently a microwave issue on St. Helena that was taken care of. As far as additional communication abilities, I've been in talks with Battalion Chief Mike Wink from CAL FIRE to discuss the possibility of adding, trying to identify some funding for a NOAA weather radio station antenna to be put up to serve Lake County. Looking at the distribution maps, it looks like we're going to need 2 of them at least. Again, that's a cost that doesn't have any identified funding source, so we're trying to explore some options for that. The videos we did midstream during this. I heard loud and clear some people that didn't have social media, didn't have Facebook accounts, had difficulty viewing those. So we had a fix with the putting the videos on directly on our lakesheriff.com, and I have them saved if you want to see them, if you feel like you missed out. Thanks.
And if you don't mind my asking again, have you had any further word about Verizon towers and other communication towers? Not yours. Yours, I know that we've worked on it as a board as well to make sure that they have the battery backup and whatnot. But what about our more traditional communication towers that we are all using as residents?
My understanding there was, and I did experience an issue with the Verizon cell service on Cobb Mountain during this event. Of course, that was the area that was under evacuation warning and closest to the fire at one point. We reached out to Verizon. They fixed whatever the issue was. They didn't share with me what the fix was. I went up the next day after they told me it was fixed, and I found that my personal experience was I had cell service through Verizon up there. We've been in discussions with our state representatives, Assemblymember Aguiar Curry and Senator, why am I drawing a blank, McGuire, about legislation to, and I think there's going to be some legislation proposed to mandate 48 hours worth of backup or generation at these cell sites.
Then they'll get a $100 rebate.
Yes, they will get a $100 rebate. So those things are still in place. The communication is always the challenge. That's the common denominator amongst all these emergencies is communication, all the way from what is said to what is heard, how does it get there, and addressing those issues. So it's going to be I'm sure it's going to be a never-ending challenge. And when we get something fixed, there'll be something else to take our attention.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Can we get a stand for your phone? I feel like I'm watching the Blair Witch Project with all that moving around. It's getting nauseous.
Chief, yes.
Yeah, we happened to talk to the Verizon, the law enforcement or government emergency rep yesterday. He did mention that early in 2020, there is another tower going in, at least North Lakeport area. So I know that's something that we're staying in communication with them regarding, and because we noticed some Verizon issues that we reported to them as well. A couple days ago.
And I believe that that tower too, they're hoping to co-locate other servers. So
He didn't
that's
say
why,
that, but.
that's
just
why it's
said it was-
very important to have these cell towers come up into our community. I know our community is very against them, but we need it for communication when we're in situations like this. Anything further before I open up to public again? I'm going to open up public comment. If you could state your name and then 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Shana Dickinson. I'm sure all of you are familiar with me since I live right across the street except for the PG&E rep. I saw something ironic on Facebook when my cell service finally started working again, is PG&E has all these wind towers to produce energy, alternative energy, and yet they're the ones that shut them down when there's a wind event. You left people like me in this community in a very dangerous situation. Your first public power shut off on the 9th, I had to try and leave my property. I can walk at home a little bit, but I am under doctor's orders not to leave that property on my feet unless I have my leg braces on and I have a caregiver with me because I am susceptible to syncopal episodes where I can pass out without warning. So I had to try and leave my property in my manual wheelchair during the last public power outage, the one on the 9th, and to try and get across the street to pick up paperwork I needed. I ended up getting thrown out of my manual wheelchair because I live on a hill and because this is on a hill, the handicap entrance. I ended up getting thrown out of my manual wheelchair and being scraped off the ground doing a forward somersault out of it. I couldn't do my breathing treatments. Every place for doing, for charging medical devices and cell phones were on the other side of the lake. So Chief, I'm putting you on the spot on this one. The city of Lakeport has bought the Bank of America building, and I realize but every place for people to be able to keep their cell phones charged or do breathing treatments was on the other side of the lake. How are we supposed to get there when there is no taxi service in this community that can handle a motorized wheelchair? How are people with motorized wheelchairs supposed to keep their motorized chairs charged so they can safely leave the property if there's a fire? If that fire had gotten any closer and we would have went under mandatory evacuation, I would have been screwed. My wheelchair was dead. And excuse my French on this one, but me and other people in that depend on motorized wheelchair for public access are sick of getting left in life-threatening situations. I couldn't do any of my breathing treatments. I missed half of my medication. And if you call the fire department, they won't even take your manual wheelchair or a walker or a cane in the ambulance to the hospital with you.
Are you on the list for PG&E to be able to come check on you, medically fragile?
I am not on medical baseline because I'm on time of use. I can't get the paperwork filled out until I see my doctor.
Okay, I'm just,
But they
making
are
sure you're
aware.
aware.
I have called PG&E several times. They will not accept a letter from my doctor saying that I have medical equipment. And they know I have medical equipment because I've called them several times.
Okay.
And by the way, if the power goes out at night when my cell phone's charging and my medical equipment is charging, when I'm in bed and I'm hooked to tubing, I have bruises up and down my legs. This is just some of them from falls during this power outage.
So
You
maybe,
put my life in personal danger, and I lost over $100. Are you gonna pay the medical bills and my co-pays for having to go to the hospital? And this is directly to the PG&E rep. Are you gonna pay everybody's medical bills? During the last power outage, when I was in the emergency room,
I'm going to need you to wrap this up.
Okay,
because
I'm
it's
going to wrap
Yeah,
this
you're
up.
already past your 3 minutes.
There were at least 3 people that day that had to be admitted to Sutter because of the power outage. So my question for PG&E is, and I've already lost from the last 2 power outages, I've lost over $200. A $100 credit isn't going to do me squat. That was my food budget for the rest of this month and into next month. I am now going to have to go without food because of this, because I had to buy fire logs and wood. Are you going to fill my refrigerator and every other person on a fixed income, elderly and disabled, and people that lost income that can't pay their rent? Are you going to pay their rent so they don't get evicted? I know people that are getting evicted
You
because.
know, I hate to cut you off, but we're only allowing people 3 minutes
Okay,
to speak.
so I mean,
maybe
this
write a
is
letter
a
to
question for
PG&E.
PG&E.
So maybe
Are they going to pay?
they're not.
But you can file a claim anyway. Just saying.
How about another lawsuit against PG&E? You know, South Dakota had 3 tornadoes that hit them.
Yeah, he doesn't have the answers for
Okay.
you. So we're going to have to move on to the
But
next
South
person.
Dakota, the underground thing, the last thing I wanted to mention was the underground thing. South Dakota last month, had 3 tornadoes hit in one night. Over 47,000 customers in Sioux Falls were left without power during the 100-mile-an-hour straight line winds between 3 tornadoes that hit Sioux Falls. By the next morning, they had PG&E, or they had
power up.
energy up to every customer except for the 2,700 where there was structural damage to the buildings because their power lines are underground.
Okay, we're going to have to move on to the next
So,
speaker. Thank you.
something to think about.
You can come on up and then state your name in 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Verna Schaefer. I live in Lakeport. I just arrived, so my question may be redundant. You may already have covered it, and if so, I apologize. But I've been hearing so much from the governor and from everything else since the power's come back on, how antiquated PG&E has been in allowing its equipment to be over the years. And my question is, we have a PUC, and they have been in power over all these years. I thought, and I may be mistaken, which certainly could be the case, that they were an oversight of what was going on with the PG&E. And my question is, if this has been going on for all these years, and PG&E has been indeed sending their profits to the investors and not putting it back in their equipment, where was the Public Utilities Commission in all this?
That's part of the question that's going to be on the next item we're going to be talking about. We're going to be writing a letter asking those questions.
Okay, well, great. Thank you very much.
I want to talk about, I'm Donna Gitchell from Lakeport, and I want to talk, we were down at the, one of the charging centers down at Canocti Vista, and it was it was packed. And, but their power wasn't really enough. And it took us like all day to charge our phones there, and there wasn't enough internet. And everybody needs to get on the internet to just get their messages. And so the internet wasn't strong enough. My granddaughter, she's homeschooled. And so they brought their computer out there for her to do her schooling, but it wasn't strong enough for her to do her schooling on it. They weren't getting enough internet power or something. It wasn't strong enough for her to do her schooling. So she wasn't able to do her schooling while the power was out, unless the but anyway, so they had to consult with the teacher about, we weren't able to get the schooling done, But anyway, and the other thing, so we need more power, more internet service to make it usable. And then the other thing about how the October 9th versus this more recent one, October 9th was only out about half the time as the more recent one, because we had like a double outage. Lakeport didn't come on at all. and Clear Lake came on for a couple hours, but Lakeport didn't come out at all between the two of them. So it's important that people can get reimbursed for their food loss for this last event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Kaplan. I appreciate what everybody's saying, and I want to echo it. There's no statement more powerful than hers. I don't know your name, but thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your experience. I went through the Valley Fire. I lost my house in the Valley Fire. I recently rebuilt and finished, along with all of my fellow house loss people from my neighborhood, from Cobb Mountain, from the whole area. We just finished rebuilding. Some of us are still rebuilding. What kind of future are you offering us without a plan for how things are going to be actually structured properly? We're going to have to go through this every year, several times a year, re-triggered trauma upon trauma, people looking out their windows at live fire TV. That's basically what we have. I'm one of the lucky ones. We don't have water without power, so when we rebuilt, we got solar and a battery. Everybody should have solar and a battery, not generators that are polluting our very fine, clean air. But I have to say this. All of us, I read somewhere that you said in 10 years, it would take 10 years, and I agree with Mr. Slutin, who was speaking to the fact that you're incurring debt upon debt upon debt without really just saying, hey, we need to bite the bullet and fix this for real, which you have to do because our kids are growing up in what kind of strange reality? And why would any of us want to stay here in this kind of strange reality? And what happens if Lake County just gets abandoned? I mean, what kind of experiment is this? It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. But friends, I want to tell you this too. It's like Thursday, 2 weeks ago, there was a fire in Hidden Valley Lake. The sirens went off and nobody knew who was supposed to evacuate when, where. They went off at 9, but we knew there was a fire at 8:30. It's like we aren't doing enough here locally either to really be prepared, and putting cell phone towers up in the middle of towns isn't the answer. We have to plan better. We have to be prepared. You have to be prepared. We should get off the grid. We should create our own thing. We've been talking about it. Let's do it. It's 4 years after the Valley Fire and we're still not prepared. And that's partially due to you. And you guys have caused 3 disasters now, every subsequent year. What the heck? What the heck? This is the 5th largest economy. What the heck? Thank you.
My name is Val McMurdy, and I live on the Esplanade in Lakeport. Happy Halloween, everybody. First, I want to thank Sheriff Martin for his very well-worded and very articulate emergency declaration. This isn't the first time I've heard some real rational sanity from Sheriff Martin. You know, and what I hear every day, the reason a lot more people aren't here is they're traumatized. As I go up and down the street, people are truly traumatized today. They're just trying to get a shower, basic things like that. You know, because we have a fundamental. Electricity is a necessity, okay? And people know that. And so what I hear and get interrupted is, I'm thinking about where I'm going to move, and it's not in the state of California. And of course, this gets into your next topic a little bit, but that's what you're talking about here, is people saying, I have to move. This isn't anything new. 5 couples I know of from right around Lakeport have moved in the last 3 months as refugees. And who you're competing with is a discount, an instant discount on electricity for the average family that uses about 1,000 kilowatts a month is a $210 a month discount that they get instantly as soon as they move to Texas. Or another common destination is Tennessee. You hear that here in Lakeport. And another place is Idaho. They even have a new bumper sticker for you. Yeah, and it's the most common bumper sticker in Idaho. It says, log it, graze it, or burn it, California. 100,000 people are moving there just this year, and a lot more now. So let me bring up how we can solve the problem. There are 26 states that have electrical costs around 8 cents a kilowatt, not 26, for 1,000 kilowatts of energy. All you have to do is go online and start comparing those electrical systems that work for people. That's including large states like Texas, like Tennessee, like Idaho. They've had 2 power cost reductions in Idaho in the last 2 years. It's now less than 8 cents. You compete with them. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ann Prain, I was burned out in the Valley Fire, and then the following year, my builder was burned out in Lower Lake, so I didn't get built that year. I just got my double wide delivered on my property. It's sitting there in 2 pieces, and I don't have insurance on it yet. So, and I was once again notified that I was going to have to evacuate, possibly. I'm in Anderson Springs. So, I'm sorry, but all this has gotten me really, really cynical. And I'm wondering if PG&E isn't just sitting there saying, our plan is working, people are leaving, that's what we want.
Thank you. Okay, Carol, is there anything further on this item before we move on? Okay. And seeing no comments from the board.
One clarification.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, what I talked about earlier, pre-positioning, that's at PG&E's cost, not the county's cost. I just want to make sure I had that offsite conversation with you, but when I talk about pre-positioning generators and stuff for the rest of this season, it was at PG&E's costs, the ones that are causing the problems for us.
Okay. With that, we will move on to our next item, which is 4.3, consideration of letter to California Public Utilities Commission, PSPS events are tearing our fabric of California's most vulnerable communities, and residents are unable to plan their lives. When will the commission intervene? Carol.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify some versions of the letter so the board and the councils can consider them in the right order.
Can you move the microphone a little closer to? It's, yeah, it doesn't seem to be. Or is it on?
Is it on?
There we go.
Okay. So I wanted to clarify the versions. The version online is the one that was written at the time we posted the agenda. And then in your packet, I believe there's one that's got a yellow header at the top that says revised August 31st, December, excuse me, blank, October 31st. This one had just a small revision on the first page, the next to last paragraph. This is, I believe this is the only difference from the posted version, where we included a statement in that paragraph beginning with our 11th disaster. It included the statement that this is absolutely inappropriate and unsustainable, will not be tolerated. And then more recently, there's a version that I'm going to have Johanna pass out, that, and it's the version that says revised. And Supervisor Brown, I'll get to yours in just a second. I was going to explain them and you can present yours.
Does it
In
say?
just a minute. I just want to walk everybody through which is which so they can focus. So Johanna's got another packet that's got a sticky on it that says revised, don't you? It It doesn't say Brown, it says revised. Yes, pass those out.
Okay, so
And
these and
what
that.
she's bringing to you right now is an update on the one with the yellow header. And what this one contains that's new information is on the second page, toward this, its bottom half, where it gives more specificity about the county hours, the increase in county hours that went into the disaster.
Which we've been tracking since day one. I think, I want to thank staff for all that hard work in doing those things, so, thank you.
So I'm only explaining this, I'm not going to actually present these documents to you in a full way. I just want to make sure you understand the versions as a start. And when Johanna is done passing that one out, there's a final one that Supervisor Brown, I think, will want to explain. And Johanna, that's the other one that I want you to pass out that says, I believe it says Brown on it. And the Brown version, I have it, so that can just go to Anita. The Brown version is essentially the same letter as the one she handed you now, minus the vignettes. Okay? So, so when we put these various versions of the letter together, we were basing the vignettes in particular on the considerable public input that's been received on this topic. And it started almost 2 weeks ago when the board had the first discussion about it following the October 9th PSPS. And so I believe everyone here has been given all the comments. So there was a packet that pertained to the October 9th through 12th PSPS. That's where the vignettes came from largely, except that we wanted to make sure when we realized this was going to be a joint venture, we wanted to make sure that every jurisdiction had an applicable vignette in it, and so in the draft for your consideration. And so with that, we already had one for Clear Lake, and Margaret and I worked on adding a vignette that pertained to Lakeport as well. It's a business-related one. And so then, in addition to that, there's considerable more public input that has come in just in the last day or so, knowing that your board and the councils were gonna have this discussion. So none of the newer comments, once this PSPS comments via Facebook, should be in your packet. It's been nonstop coming in, and so the newer comments are not reflected in the vignettes. So when we first drafted it, and we're open to any direction to change it that you all may want to give us, but we were of the belief that there was really a lot of power in having this initial salvo focus on the pain and suffering of our citizens, our residents, and what this has been like. And so that's why we picked some of the especially potent descriptions of what our people had endured. We see this as really the beginning of a long fight that's probably going to take to get this situation rectified. You probably noticed that the letter doesn't go into solutions. The solutions, we think, are going to be a long process of development as well. And there are a lot of potential solutions out on the table. You've heard a few announced here. I'm aware of another agency that's getting ready to write CPUC a letter suggesting that PG&E essentially be broken up and become a cooperative that's owned by its customers. So there are a lot of potential solutions out there. The letter doesn't move on to solutions. It really just communicates initially that this was just...
Make sure your microphone is still on. I know there's a button on the end of it. Is it?
Yeah, it's green.
Okay.
Sam must be hearing it. What's that?
Okay, keep going.
Okay, so again, it doesn't lead to solutions at this point. I think there will be opportunities for supervisors or council members or staff to testify before appropriate bodies. I'm working on getting details from Senator McGuire's office about an upcoming hearing of the Senate Commission on Energy, Utilities, and Communications Committee. Senator McGuire sits on this committee. It's my understanding that committee has a hearing coming up on November 18th. That might be an opportunity for representatives from Lake County to go and speak to this intolerable situation. So we just see this as the beginning of a lot of efforts to unfold from our community to fight this fight and get change happening here. So that's what I'll say at this point about the letters. I know there's a lot of versions in front of you, and I apologize for that. There were even more requested changes, so I think it's just time to open it up and hear what everybody wants to do with this letter.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, did you want to start?
So, yeah, just real quick, I don't have ownership in this version that I put together this morning. My whole thought, and this came from after talking to some of the council members, actually, that, maybe paring it down to, here's, in the years that I've been in office, I thought about this. I thought about all the letters that I've gotten from my constituents, and the ones that make the impact and the ones that don't. And while, the original and a few of the other versions they're great information, they're great human interest, they're great op-ed, that kind of stuff, I don't think it gives the punch that we want to give to CPUC to just say this. We can have an attachment that says this is everything that's happened with our public and our businesses and all that. But I think having it in the letter, I think we keep it simple and just say, we're not going to tolerate this. We can't sit here idly by as three collective bodies, collectively as one, and accept this. So, I wanted to pare it down. So, with Matthew's help, we went through with the red pen and mark some things up. I'm open to whatever. You can go back to the original, you can go to this one, you can go to something in between. But the thought occurred to me, actually I was talking to a couple people on the break, and I thought about this. I looked up, after what somebody commented about, I looked up the CPUC. There's 5 people that are making all these decisions. They haven't got a clue. They're educated, there's no question about it. They're all educated, but they are ignorant to us, to what we need. We need to get their attention somehow or another. What's interesting is these folks have no idea about running a utility. They've got nothing at all about running anything other than just they're just consummate bureaucrats. That's all they are. So, so we think about that for a second and how we get their attention with a letter that's coming from Lake County. I joke about this all the time, that nobody in Sacramento, nobody in Washington, D.C. is sitting there going, wait a minute, let's not make this decision until we hear from Lake County, because we really want to know because usually that's not the case. I think it's going to be different here. I think how we propose this letter, and if we just don't make it another letter that looks like everybody else's letter, we have to somehow come together and figure out a letter that gets their attention somehow or another. I'm open to whatever. But the other thing is, it shouldn't stop there. These are appointees by the governor, and they are, I'm losing the word here.
Can they be removed?
They can be removed, but they're approved by Senate, confirmed by Senate. So we got to hold PG&E accountable, obviously. We got to hold the people that are supposed to be holding them accountable. Then they've got to hold the people who have appointed those people accountable. And that's what we have to go after that. And we can do it respectfully, but we need to get their attention. Now, I talked about the letters that I've gotten. The letters that I've gotten from people that got my attention were, we know that you're not the one that did this, but you're the one that is overseeing the person that did. You fix this. And I was like, yeah, you're right, But, so that's, I want to go after that approach, that those do get my attention. And I include county staff or whoever it is, and as uncomfortable as it may be, it does fall right here on us. What PG&E's doing to us falls right here on us. So we have to be accountable and then hold others above us accountable. So that was my ultimate goal in trying to tweak this letter a little bit to where it's more applicable to the audience that we're trying to go after. So.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So I'm going to try to make this quick, but I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest here.
I don't think you should ever make that comment.
So number one, I want to read to you I believe it's either the mission statement or the vision statement from California Public Utilities Commission. The CPUC betters the lives of all Californians through our recognized leadership in innovative communications, energy, transportation, and water policies and regulation. I don't see that. I see if turning off the lights is innovation, I really have a question as to how they define innovation. If bettering our lives is making us spend money to continue what we were doing yesterday in a more a way that takes our air quality away, in a way that makes our businesses have to shut down, I am questioning how this is bettering our lives. What they are allowing PG&E to do, which PG&E is doing it by law, their shutdowns. They may not be doing it in what we feel is in an appropriate, well-managed way, but they are following the laws that have been set for them. That is not meeting their vision statement and mission statement as far as the CPUC. The Electric Safety and Reliability Branch, the ESRB, is the one who enforces the CPUC's rules for electrical grids. I was studying last night because I'm entertained by these things. General Order number 95 of the State of California for CPUC, where they set up the rules and regulations for PG&E for power lines. Under Rule 35, it's for the vegetation. It can be from 18 inches all the way to 120 inches, depending on the power of the power level of the wires. I don't get that. I called PG&E over the weekend. They were really fast. I have to say their work crews, when we have fires, when they have to rebuild our infrastructure, when they have to fix something that they get a call on, I feel that we get the work crew, the boots on the ground, they get to it. Within less than 24 hours, the branch I had called about, which I had never noticed was rubbing up against the electrical wires, got cut down. But I have 5 other trees that are 20 feet taller, less than 10 feet away, and if those trees fall, then they're gonna go right on those lines. How does that make any sense to allow all those trees? Drive down 29, you're gonna see that 1,000 times, where there is a tree that is much taller compared to the distance away from the wires. If it's a lightning strike, if it's a dead tree, if it's got beetles in it and it's dying on the inside and we can't tell, if those branches fall off, they will have the weight to be able to take down those lines. The CPUC rules do not make any sense to me, whether that's because they decided on a random number or whether it's because, as people are trying to tell me, which I don't believe is 100% the facts, because of environmentalism, that we don't want to cut back the trees. They need to ensure the safety of their lines rather than partially ensure. For instance, Middletown has brand new wires because of the Valley Fire. They're still getting shut down. So it doesn't matter if you have brand new wires or brand new infrastructure, it's still, in their case, a potential threat because of wind. So we have to change the rules that they have to abide to. And what I see in this is a lot of emotions. We have a lot of emotions. We've been dealing with a lot of trauma, a lot of tragedy. This has been building up, and now it's a manufactured trauma that we're dealing with. And I don't see a letter going to the CPUC filled with emotion as being a way to change the rules and change the way that we are going to be treated by PG&E, because they are going to follow the rules and we need to ensure that they are following the rules. I think we are a legislative body. We create laws on our own. We need to tell them what law we want them to change or create, so that then that law can then again affect the way PG&E behaves. Also, if you look at Rule 35 on General Order number 95, there are more exceptions to the rules than there is a rule. And so if they say, yeah, we tried calling and they didn't let us in, so we're just gonna let that wire touch the tree, I don't get that. There's so many ways for them to, Lance Williams was just mentioning how many times he's called them, but they need his approval to go in, and they haven't gotten his approval, even though he said he's given them approval. Where are they with getting those wires done, or at least the clearance done? I think that we have an issue in the CPUC for either minimizing the way the clearance is around our wires, or it has been this. I couldn't tell you the history of it, but it needs to be expanded. It makes no sense to me that I can look at the majority of our electrical wire and say, well, if that tree falls, then there goes the wire. And if that branch falls, well, there goes the wire. That makes no sense to me. Either they underground it or they fix all the trees around it to make sure it's safe. That is just an insanity for me that we know what can happen, but we're allowing it to remain. Rule 20A, we know that there was a 6.7% rate increase that is about to occur in our PG&E bills. More to come later on because they haven't even done the rate increases due to the lawsuits. That was 6.7% was based on vegetation cleanup, that they wanted to get paid more to actually do the job that they haven't really been doing. So now we're looking at potentially 10 to 12% increases in the following year or so. Every rate increase, I want to demand that we get a Rule 20A rate increase, so we as a local jurisdiction have the ability to underground our own wires. That the Rule 20A percentage has remained the same, the percentage of our bills. Yes, we're getting a little bit more because the bills are going higher, but I want to see more coming towards us than coming towards them. I'm not a fan of private corporations being in charge of a public good. And electricity is a public good. We rely on it for our businesses, our employees rely on it to have jobs, and our communities rely on it to collect taxes, to provide roads, to provide schools, to provide everything else. It is a public good. I need to see that going towards the public good. I would like to make a demand that every time they do an increase, I'd love to tie it to their bonuses, but I'm sure there's loopholes to get out of that one. But every time they have an increase, we see an increase in the amount that we are receiving in the Rule 20A. We're talking about responsibility, and I think that the letter puts way too much. I don't mind pointing the finger at the CPUC. I don't mind putting the finger towards PG&E for not doing their job and maintaining their wires. But we know we haven't been doing the best of jobs either. Just recently, we passed a hazardous vegetation ordinance. We should say, we are trying on our end. We just passed a hazard vegetation ordinance to ensure the public safety so that fires do not go out of control. We just started the risk reduction. We should mention that. We are trying to do this much more to ensure our safety. Here are the things that we demand that you change to, again, increase our safety. I don't see this letter. This letter reminds me of listening to a code enforcement assessment hearing where somebody is crying to us that they can't afford to get rid of all the trash that their neighbors are having to deal with. It's called responsibility. And we have to demand their responsibility, and we have to let them know that we're increasing our responsibility and our safety on our own. I see it too much of being pointing a finger. We're all in this. The fires started, for instance, a sulfur fire on a private property. Could we have changed that? Maybe we could have. Maybe with the hazardous vegetation, it would have been a different situation. But I think there's one last demand that I'd like to make, and this one is not to the CPUC. I don't know who the regulatory body would be for this, but it's Public Resource Code 4290. Somebody brought it up last time. We should add power poles to defensible space, not just homes and businesses, because power poles are costing us a whole lot more than the loss of just a single structure fire or a single business fire. Typically, those are contained within one or two properties. It's the wildland fires and the power poles that have typically been the ones that give us an issue for a much larger cost and a much larger trauma for our communities. So I think that we need to place some demands in this. We need to not place so much on the emotional strings. We need to let them know that we are trying to do better, and that's why we anticipate that they do better as well. I think that makes a much better fit.
Anybody else?
I agree with that.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, just to highlight on what Bruno said, and I'd also like to highlight on another thing. Bruno and I were supposed to have a meeting this last week with someone who presented a project that was going to be another alternative energy project that we found out from the RCRC. We were scheduling that. Finding, and the public brought up this a lot, finding other alternative ways to provide power, like battery storage, things like that. We have been working on laws and ordinance reform, and I think, and I just want to, say this to our colleagues here. I'll go back a little bit. When I got back into my tribe in 2015, we had a lot of problems, and I think everyone knows the problems we had at Robinson Rancheria. And we kept going to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I kind of see that as PG&E, CPUC right now. We went to them constantly. They never once helped us. They always said, hey, we can do this, we can't do that. I told them we have to do this on our own, like the Bobby Brown song. We have to do it on our own. And we did. We got our tribe back, What's that?
No relation.
No relation. But we did it. And so I think we've been doing things. I mean, I know that they say we haven't, and there's other things, but the vegetation abatement ordinance, it could be improved, yes. But we just started it. Lake County risk reduction, benefit zone. Rob did that 1,000 hands. There's people meeting with me on the North Shore that want to clean up because of the garbage and things like that. You know, Middletown always provides, you know, an area for people to go to during these emergencies because of the fires. When I went out to Spring Valley, it was like a normal day for them. I mean, really, because they've dealt with it so much. They've been doing this so much that they're used to it. They've lived that way. So I think we have been, in essence, a self-help county, and we just need to highlight those things and then eventually become independent from them so that we can tell them, hey, you know what, we don't need you, but we still don't like what you're doing. And we're an example. And whoever else has an issue, you can come to us and we'll show you how to do it. And so I think that's what we need to do. And I just urge you as our colleagues, you know, let's do this. Let's do it and show them we can do it on our own. And I'm satisfied either way with how the letter goes, but I do like going on with a stronger approach. So, thanks.
Quick question. Yeah, based on Mr. Brown or Supervisor Brown's recommendations, should this letter not go to the governor and the Senate that approves the people at the PUC?
All of the above.
Yeah, I believe we can copy them.
Yeah, we had planned to CC them, yes, but if your question is, should it be directed to them, that is your option?
I think we should have CC all of them, but CC create a special letter for each of them, yeah. I mean, especially the governor's office, you know, he ultimately is the one that making the decision and can hold his thumb on it. He makes the recommendation, Senate confirms, so. And they're gonna confirm whoever he recommends, which, you know, that's just the way it is. But he can hold their feet to the fire.
And then personally, I like the letter that has some of the vignettes in, because it gives a little bit of a personal statement to it. I have a couple of grammatical issues that I'll give to you.
I didn't do those, I'm sure.
It was great.
Actually, yours were a little bit easier than.
Well, yeah,
mine.
I have
For instance,
Matthew's help.
we need to get our assembly name right.
And so there's an error in it?
Yeah, a couple of them, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, we might want to do that right.
Councilmember Mattina, I saw you moved. Did you want to speak? I can't see your pens over there. So.
Sorry, I forgot to put it up.
No, it's all good.
I think when I look at the letter, what I'm not clear on is what are we asking for? You know, it's really interesting. I agree. It's like an op-ed. It would be perfect in the newspaper. We want our citizens to know that we're not okay with this. You know, we thought maybe we'd be safer if we turned the power off, but this is not what we signed up for, and the effects are too great. But I think if we are sending this letter to the CPUC, who's supposed to be, you know, making sure we have safe and reliable service, that we need to have a clear ask to them. It's almost like this letter should be going to PG&E of, you know, look at what our community's gone through and how are you going to do better? We know the CPUC, that they have failed in that we are not getting safe and reliable electrical service right now. So if we're going to send them this letter, what are we really asking them for? What is the ask? If I were on that board right now and I read the letter, I would feel really, really sorry for us, but I wouldn't really be so sure what do you want us to do? So to me, we should be formulating something, an action plan together that's clear cut of what we want them to do, what we want them to encourage PG&E to do, and why we deserve more.
Now, I have a question for Carol. Now that we're looking at revising the revised letter and adding more things into it, I don't believe that could be done with us sitting all here together. Is there a way that we could come up with a revised letter and each council agree on their own parts to be able to agree to the letter, but all sign one letter? Can we do that if all the different councils?
I think the way might be to form a committee, perhaps of chairs and key staff, to redraft the letter and then present it to everyone for approval.
And
But
if
would
we
be-
have a smaller committee like that, we couldn't put together then what do we want to go to PG&E? What do we want to go to the CPUC? And Mike McGuire's letter at the beginning of this meeting was excellent. We should all be getting behind that and helping support him and changing whatever we need to change so that, change the laws. It can't be so easy for PG&E to turn it off and leave it off and not tell us anything.
I got a question.
Supervisor Brown.
When does Lakeport meets next Tuesday, like we do? And
Clear Lake's November 14th.
What's that? 14th.
Unless we have a special meeting. We could.
Maybe we can even reconvene this style of meeting so we can all say yes to a letter all at once.
Well, I mean, can the contents of the letter be circulated by email and approved? And you have a signature thing and then everybody says, yes, looks good, let's go?
Well,
Because I think it needs to be done.
We'd have to
So-
report to a board.
It can be
couldn't-
circulated, it
but
can't
not-
be approved, so there can't be
It could
discussion
be
back and
approved by
forth.
each different
Yeah.
agency, but then it
In
could
an
be three
open
separate
public
letters.
meeting,
Yeah.
right.
So, time is critical
Yeah.
for us. I don't think that we're so far apart that we can't just hash out some things here. I think Bruno has I'm looking at this letter, I'm going, yeah, you know what, you're right. This is basically, all versions say, these are problems that we had. Feel sorry for us, and they probably will for a minute. And then they'll go to lunch. And but I think if you put in some of the issues that you had and some of what McGuire had, I think we could probably do that today. I'm here till, January 2021, so you guys, let's get this done. I'm ready to get it done. I'm ready to get it, something ironed out where we can get
Yeah.
it sent off today.
Carol.
My request would be that we form a committee that get together as soon as possible, because I don't think people even had a lunch break today. So I think it would be difficult, with all due respect, sir,
No, that's fine.
to hammer out a letter with 15 authors.
So
Well, we're gonna do it anyway, we're gonna do it eventually, we can wait until, winter, I guess, which is basically what we're gonna be doing by November 14th, so.
Councilmember
I
Porter.
wasn't meaning that we would wait till winter. Maybe we do it tomorrow morning.
Well, their city councils aren't meeting one of them's not meeting until the 14th, that's my point. They can't approve it, they can't approve anything
Well,
until.
they can hold a special meeting.
They could, yeah. Okay. Then we'll have to, okay, whatever you guys wanna do.
Go ahead, Russ.
Thanks, Tina. Just a point of order, I agree with Supervisor Brown. I think that we need to go with an action item, again, taking off of Councilmember Patina's, directing to the governor that this action needs to take place. I don't know that the CPUC is fully aware of the arrogance that I think we've seen. We've talked repeatedly, we've heard from our constituents about poor communication. Our sheriff has shared the poor communication within the EOC and representatives from PG&E that just left. We have I won't say a victim or volunteer here from PG&E, but who was here and has listened to us, and I appreciate that. But one representative for everything that's happened, I think is very disrespectful, and I don't appreciate that. I agree with Senator McGuire's letter to this body, and I appreciate and respect that. I think we need to take that and leverage that. Again, taking action. This is, I appreciate the efforts made, and I agree with Supervisor Brown again. I'd like to see this done today. But we need to know which body we're sending it to, or are we sending it to multiple bodies? The governor's office, as well as the CPUC with a CC to PG&E that we're done.
I'm ready to stay here 2 seconds.
Let's get it done.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
I think that one letter is not going to fit all of those people, but I think that we should communicate with as many people that can help make the changes that we require to be able to feel more comfortable with what the future holds. And so I would agree that a letter to the governor would be important to let him know what his abilities are to make changes, to the CPUC, to what we think they should make changes to. But I think that every single one of our letters should be should be closed with a demand.
Yes, I agree.
He is the executive officer for the state.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes, I would think that a letter, definitely we need to have a demand, and, you know, my things with letters, the longer they get, the less likely it is you're gonna read all of them.
Yeah.
So, a lot of this is all important when I'm reading in here. Either we make whatever our priority of our demands are, and I think communications is, or lack of, is right at the top of my list at this moment. Perhaps in the first letter with some follow-up letters if necessary, but we've got to keep this letter as succinct as we can and as focused as we can. And I am ready to stay here if the rest of my council is as well.
So, Madam Chair, could I just try to bring some focus to what we want to do, and maybe we can hammer it out. So the first thing I think I'm hearing, and I'm just gonna, maybe we can just do a show of hands or something to see if the majority wants this. We want to send this letter to the governor, to all elected officials in our lineage, to the CPUC, and it sounds like maybe even PG&E. Is that correct?
But not the same letter.
Yes or no?
Yes.
I don't care about PG&E. I don't care about sending them anything.
So everybody except PG&E, is there consensus for that? So all of our electeds that represent us all the way up to the governor?
Yep.
Is that consensus?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's done. Okay. And then, okay, let me ask the next question. Do we want to include vignettes? Yes? Okay, so the vignettes are, okay.
Perhaps as attachments.
As attached.
As attachments.
Yeah,
I
that's
think-
what I thought, that's what I said earlier.
We can attach all these.
Yeah, I believe sometimes people just look at us as a government entity and don't realize that we're the leaders of the people here, and it's the people that are hurting.
Do we want to reference, so the vignette letter, without the vignettes, but attachments, it's very similar to the Brown version. So then do we want to add in the things that our community has proactively done, such as the risk reduction group, the vegetation ordinance, benefit zone, the 1,000 hands? I suppose we'd want to put some of the fire safe councils. Is that a yes or a no? Add those things in? Because you're going to probably add another page,
Yeah,
and
I
people
don't-
are talking about brevity, so.
I don't think so at this point. I think it's a good idea. I'm more interested in what Stacy said of maybe extrapolating some of McGuire's stuff instead of.
Yeah, I'm getting to the, what kind of a outcome are we going to ask for? So at this point, am I hearing a consensus, yay or nay? So this is yay. You want to see those other things done that we've proactively, to show what we're proactively doing for ourselves?
So are you proactively the county or proactively the city?
Well, I think we'd have more things to add. That was just the county's list. And I imagine the cities have done
That could
some
be an
stuff, too.
attachment also.
We're
Yeah, that's a good
if we're
idea.
signing this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so then I'm hearing people say we need to make a demand. We need to say what we're asking for. What are we asking for? Are we asking for what McGuire
I
said?
think so. I think that's.
So that's a yes, we're asking for what
Yes.
McGuire said?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a copy of that letter?
You read it
We do
earlier.
not, and
I'll ask you.
Get it from
You'll be
Taylor.
ask her to send it?
we can get it.
I'll just
So if
text her,
this
send
is, if this is what you want, I think this is doable, but staff would need some office time to put that together and come back. I mean, like today, we can do it today, but we probably, Matthew, we need an hour or so?
You take a break and come back.
Lunchtime.
Would that meet with everybody's approval?
Is that okay?
One thing we should probably discuss is that today is a Halloween, and all of us are very, very active and key components to our respective locations around the county. Is that going to be satisfactory for everybody, including all of us, to miss out on our event that's happening at our city hall?
Starting in
sort of
half an
thing?
hour.
It's just something to think about. Or would it be better off for us to reconvene here? Let's say all of us come back first thing
On
in the
Tuesday,
morning or something.
or Tuesday the 5th?
On another day, where we can actually not be missing our,
Well, can we look at our calendars and see if we can all come back here on a, that's hard to do, I think.
We can come back tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. We've
Can
already
we
started
come
the
back
meeting.
without,
We can continue this.
can we,
I wouldn't be able to be here tomorrow night.
would,
I have to work.
okay, would Kenny be able to come back? Because we need a quorum of the Lakeport.
But wait. You work at Canucta, right?
Yes,
You're not working tomorrow.
professional development.
It's kids off day.
Kids are off, I'm working.
Kitty mentioned that. if we
Sorry
had
about
to
that.
be here
Me
to
too.
do it.
I was hopeful.
What about Monday morning?
I mean, maybe Kenny can come.
What time? Be able to be here
Mon-
next week.
Is this something we could take up
Or
and
to-
make part of our council meeting on next Tuesday? If that works for anybody else?
Can each council?
Yeah, we could involve Margaret and Andrew in the redrafting of it, and you could just take it to each body
We meet next
separately if you
Tuesday,
wish.
so-
Clear Lake would probably need to look at a special meeting.
Yeah,
If the intention is to have this thing sent by close of business on Tuesday, that, it sounds like that.
That sounds a lot easier to
Okay,
me.
can the city of Clear Lake hold a
Yeah, what do
special
you-
meeting?
You're gonna get consensus from our council?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Tuesday?
We have a
Sorry,
special
Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate it, and this, I guess, is the first of many letters, I would think. If this, everybody sets up here and in this room and listening right now, thinks this letter we're drafting right now is gonna be the magic bullet, we have already heard a 10-year time period for this fix from PG&E. Mr. Costa, can you, that's what they said, correct? Yes, sir. So we're gonna write probably 100 of these letters before this thing is done. I think the work that has been done here, I think we could approve a letter today and then work on another letter that's gonna follow it up with all the needs. You know, this is not, whatever we draft on Tuesday, anybody sitting here thinks it's gonna fix the problem, it's not. This is gonna be a 10-year battle for us. We're gonna figure out how, you know what they understand? Losing money, worrying about what their stocks are looking like. That's what's gonna affect them. So that's what we need to work on. I appreciate it all, but I just get a little frustrated too, just by, all right, let's get something in front of them. But I also said here, just like Rob does, with the fire in our backyard, and, you know, I appreciate everybody wanting to come back, so, but I'd like to get down there too and get a look at the fire line that's going on, even though, you know, it seems like it's under control, could change. So, just my comments, I mean, this is a long-term battle. You know, the person that may be sitting here after I leave may still be dealing with this issue. So thinking one letter, you know, we have some good drafts here. Let's get something approved today and then work on another one Tuesday. That's my thoughts. I came here to hopefully put something in writing that our constituents want to go in front of somebody. So that's my thoughts on it. And I'm extremely angry. I'm being very calm about it. But I tell you what,
I agree, Supervisor Simon, and I'll go to Sacramento with you.
I am not happy. So I think our ask, if you're gonna ask me, somebody from Lake County needs to be on the CPUC. That's my ask. Somebody that we know that has common sense for the people they serve set on that damn board. That's what I think needs to happen. So just my comments, and I need to get out of this building before, you know, I go check on my people. So those are my thoughts. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
So we got,
do
you
you-
got some information, I mean, I know the Halloween thing is going on, I get that, but can we take what you've got and,
Does Tuesday really feel like it's all that far off, honestly? Yeah, you know, it's only 3 more workdays. It's fast. It's fast. by
Are we able to
government
maybe hand
standards.
deliver this letter? That might be impactful.
Well, and/or walk it at that hearing that I'm trying to get detail on November 18th.
Each time the CPUC meets, there's also public comment.
Okay.
So anyone can go and have a public comment anytime the CPUC has a meeting.
They meet in San
When's their next
Francisco.
meeting?
The next one's in writing though, I think.
Is it in Reading?
Yeah.
It's coming up here pretty quick too.
So the next
That might be
CPUC
tough.
meeting is in San Francisco. It's Thursday, November 7th.
Next week.
Can we handle, I think this would be impactful if we hand delivered the letter, if we can have this approved, instead of putting it in the mail and it sits on somebody's desk.
Excellent idea. Somebody go read it. And maybe if the volume body of us can attend that meeting, that would
Yeah, if we can have at least 2 from each board.
I like what's happened.
So all of Lake County could show up.
Yes,
Yeah. Have the community-
I agree. Have the community show up in force. I think they would.
I'm open.
Yeah.
I think Moak should go. Yes. Chief White.
Good afternoon. So we were just discussing that one approach might be, and to Supervisor Simon's credit, we're all going to be meeting at a staff level after this in the coming weeks and talking about needs. He brought up, for example, the pre-positioning of the assets and different ideas like that. I was just talking with staff, and the idea being that we might be able to get away if we just add a sentence at the end of whatever one of these final letters you want to do that indicates that as a county, as the city's all signing on here, we feel compelled to bring to their attention the immediate impact and that we'll follow up with our needs from them. So in other words, this puts them on notice. It was a big enough issue that everybody was called together today to talk about this. I think we saw a lot of support from the community. I think we all agree that we need to put demands on them, but to try to, in that quest for perfection, we might lose the essence of time. And we realize Tuesday's close, but there's a lot of other different things that we might be able to come up with some better strategies once staff has time to look at it and identify different things. So just a suggestion for your consideration. I think it would only take maybe a 15-minute break and we could add in that last sentence. Thank you.
And so with that in mind, it would be the vignette version because I assume, because we're trying to make the point of how our people suffered, but leaving the door open for much more to come about the solutions we're demanding. And as Andrew was presenting that, Margaret and I were saying, then why not have a committee of all three bodies that continues to meet and prepare future rounds of strategies based on what's going on in each jurisdiction, what the needs are.
I agree with that. Do we have,
So you're saying to approve the pre-Brown letter now and send it, and then have a committee to tell them what we would like them to do?
but on the letter would say, let them know there is more coming. This is not, this is not.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, does that,
Should we take,
is there
do
consensus
we have
on that?
consensus to take a break and then come back in 15 minutes? Do you have consensus? Sheriff?
Prior to the break, all evacuation warnings have been lifted in the county.
Oh, great. So take a 15-minute break.
Andrew and Matthew and Alice. Okay, probably do that. One letter, and I'll tell you what the revisions are.
Hold on one second, wait till we get it all
Sure.
in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Matthew, can you come up and help me point out that section that referenced the connectivity issues? I'm not finding that. Okay, it's in this paragraph right here, right? Okay. So thank you. Starting at the bottom of page 1, so this is the Brown letter that you saw earlier, with an addition at the bottom of page 1. And that's the paragraph that says, with our communities facing uncertainty due to the surrounding Kincaid and Burris fire events, wildfire events, communications were limited as some cell providers struggle to maintain service due to inadequate backup generation. That is unreasonable and unacceptable. Our little team working on this felt strongly that that point needed to be added. It was in an earlier version tied to a vignette. It was not in the Brown version. And then we corrected a few typos and things that we caught, nothing significant. And then at the very end is where we have added, in effect, a reference that this is just the beginning. And so if you look at the paragraph at the top of page 3, you'll see what I'm referring to. It says, our three entities have come together in response to a terrible humanitarian crisis in our communities, enhanced by both CPUC regulations and PG&E's implementation. Please consider this only the beginning of our response, with further recommendations and demands for shared accountability to follow. In the interim, please consider the attached small sample collecting input describing the PSPS inflicted human suffering of our constituents. And so the intent would be that that will reformat all the input. If you looked at the input, it's in various formats. Some of it was email, some of it was this and that. We'll clean it all up so it looks consistent. We'll attach it so they'll still get the vignettes. It just won't be in the letter. And we're encouraging them to chew on that a bit while they wait for a lot more coming from us. And then, so this would still go to the president of the PUC with CCs to all of our elected representatives. And it's staff's recommendation to leave it that way because the letter is truly directed to CPUC, and all of our elected reps are in our corner and fighting for us. And so, they need to know we sent this, but we don't want to do anything to, I don't know, to cause any kind of friction with them. They're not the target, they're not the focus of this complaint. CPUC and our request that they intervene is. So you'd also see on the signature page, you'd also see the long list of CCs of all elected representatives in our chain. So those are the changes.
Can I,
Supervisor Brown?
I apologize for this, because I just caught this. There's one thing that I didn't catch this morning, and I'd like to get it removed, because the rhetorical question part of it, I think, was ineffective, but at the, towards the bottom of the second page, third from the last paragraph, that last question mark, public safety question mark, I meant to take that out.
So the paragraph that says, yet despite these obvious unfathomable failures of insight,
Yeah.
you want that whole sentence to go?
No, just the question mark at the end.
Okay, just the question mark.
Yeah, just period.
Okay. So then it would need a period following the
Yeah.
quote,
Thank you.
okay?
Is there anything?
And so then in terms of next steps, I think staff is prepared to recommend that the three bodies form a committee of staff and electeds that continue to convene and work on the next steps based on, all of what's going on in our jurisdictions.
Any questions or comments? Supervisor Sabatier?
So I had a list full of things for the letter, and the majority of the letter has been reformatted and rewritten in ways that is much better to read. There is still one part, and it's just me being picky. On paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, on first page, it says decades of state and federal policies that isolated, which is one verb conjugation, rather than strengthening. Can we say policies isolating rather than strengthening, or policies that isolated rather than strengthened? It's just using two different verb formats, and it confuses me when I read it. That's the only thing that I still see that's in there. Isolating rather than strengthening, just using the same conjugation.
Yeah, it's either that or isolated rather than strengthened.
Okay, gotcha. So
strengthened,
decades of
yeah,
state
you're
and
right.
federal policies isolating rather
Yeah.
than strengthening
Yeah.
our communities. Yes, okay.
It reads better that way.
Decades of state and federal policies isolating rather than strengthening.
Yeah.
Should there be another comma there after strengthening?
No, you don't need comments.
So it needs a little bit of additional cleanup. We increased the font size in the body of the letter because we wanted all of your signatures to land on the same page, but as I can see, we did not increase the font size of your signatures. We may need to make an adjustment there just so, for readability, so the font looks right. And of course, we need to put in a reference to the CCs and to the attachments as well.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
So the last page, city councils, you just sign it and we'll fill in the blanks.
Actually, what we'll do is clean it up and chase for signatures. We'll
think we
work
should do
with
that
Margaret
with
and
the
Andrew to chase for signatures in the next day. We're not looking for signatures tonight.
Do we need a motion? Would that be best to have a motion, Anita? To approve the letter?
Each body should, right?
Oh, each body, or?
Well, I only advise you, but any board that should do a motion.
Okay, so each body, I believe, should have a motion in a second, and I'll have the mayors do that.
Is there any particular issue with just having the signature page signed today?
I'm not sure how it's gonna land because we need to clean up the formatting.
We have to add the CCs to it too and stuff.
So with that being said, are we going to be signing this anywhere, or are we just going to say we approve it, you're gonna create a letter and then we'll sign it?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
You're going to approve it, you're going to approve it, and then we're going to catch up. Margaret is going to work with you to get signatures. Andrew will work with his.
So you'd be authorizing whoever is the signatory to sign.
Well, but right now, we have everybody signing,
Oh, they're
not
all
just
signing?
chairs. I mean,
Yes,
that would be
everybody
another
signing.
option, if it's easier, we
Not
could have
everybody.
chairs.
I think everybody needs to sign it.
Yeah, I think there's power in that.
It's just a room.
So
You
call for
guys
your-
go first.
I'll, yes,
Go ahead, call for your motion.
do I?
We need that, yeah.
Did you take public input?
Oh, do we have, yeah, sorry. Do we have any
Do we have
public input? Did they even get a copy of the letter? Any public wishing to add any input? Okay, seeing no movement, then we will move on. And we're gonna have the
Zach.
city of Clear Lake.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the letter as it will be in its final form with the CCs. Letter to President Maribel Batcher, California Public Utilities Commission.
I so moved.
I second.
It's been a motion made by Vice Mayor Slotin and seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes by City of Clear Lake.
Thank you. All right, for the city of Lakeport, I would entertain a motion that mirrors the motion that Clear Lake just presented.
Mayor Barnes, I'll make a motion to accept the letter to the CPUC titled Unnecessary PSPS Events and Their Impact on Our Communities.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
County of Lake, looking for a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the letter presented in front of us, which will be reformatted with the extra CCs and signed by all board members.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
So, Madam Chair, then can we ask, would each body want to consider at your next meetings, agendizing an item to designate members to work on a committee that will keep this going and take those next steps, you know, since we're, obviously bring to each body for approval the next series of communications?
would you be willing to?
Yes, we will include that in our agenda for the next meeting, which is on November 14th, unless there's,
And so would it be reasonable for each body to assign two electeds and at least one staff person? Would
I
that?
was going to ask that question, what you're looking for the committee. So two elected, one staff. All right.
City of Lakeport willing to do the same?
Yes.
And I know the county would be willing to put that on our agenda to do the same. If there's nothing further, meeting adjourned for the County of Lake.
Thank you.
Leaving with a lot.
Meeting adjourned for the city of Clear Lake.
Check, please.
Meeting adjourned, city of Lakeport.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.